Sorry, y'all. I got disconnected. I left the house with the damn hotspot, and when I left, the stream ended. So I'm restarting it. Well, not all the way restarting it, but I'm leaving off where we left off at. And that is Trump wants 200 billion more for the war in Iran, and Congress finally pushes back.
Bringing it. They are bringing it. Unlike any other country I have ever seen go after Israel. I think by far Iran is the strongest nation that has ever come after Israel, and they got the same might and firepower as the U.S. and Israel. Now you got to check it out because it's a 2-on-1 fight, and the one is winning, which is crazy. So we're going to talk about Donald Trump wants $200 billion so that he can continue the war with Iran. And you know who's paying that $200 billion? Us. The public is paying that $200 billion. So a lot of people expressed how they feel about this war and spending that kind of money, you know? And some people like, I thought we didn't have money. No, the only time the U.S. don't have money is for our reparations. Y'all seem to have money for anything else. But as soon as we say, where is our reparations? There's all of a sudden no money, or the country's going to go bankrupt. You don't seem to be going bankrupt fighting a war. That's really interesting, right? Nobody is talking about the country going bankrupt when a war is fought. Nobody was talking about bankruptcy when Joe Biden was shoving all the weapons and money over to Ukraine. Nobody was talking about going broke. But as soon as we say reparations, all of a sudden there's something wrong. There's not enough money. How are we going to do? How are we going to know who should be getting the money? Well, you're not confused any other time. Okay, when it comes down to money for anything else, you don't seem to be confused about a damn thing.
Right.
The immigrants got money. Yeah, got money for everybody except for us. So Congress, both the left and right, had an issue with Donald Trump coming to get this money to continue the war that he should never have started. They shouldn't give Donald Trump 1 red cent for getting everybody into this thing. All right, y'all, let me go ahead and... Okay, first, before I do that, I just wanted to remind you that the Hebrew Spring Sale, New Year's, is on. And don't forget, it's 40% off if it does not deduct the amount, because somebody reached out to me in Etsy. All you got to do where it says coupon code, just type in the Most High New Year 26. Type it in as one word. Or if you don't want to type it in, copy and paste it in. And you should get the discount at checkout. All right. Okay. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
$100 billion is what Donald Trump and this trash administration is requesting from the American people to continue this unlawful, unjustified war against Iran. said in front of the Prime Minister of Japan that it is a small cost to pay. That gas pump, where gas is soon to be $5 a gallon, ain't a small cost. The fact that the American people lost billions of dollars for Medicaid and Medicare is not a small cost. The fact that American lives are being lost in this unjustified war is not a small cost. The fact that this president was willing to allow people to starve during the first government shutdown is not a small cost. And his unwillingness to fund SNAP benefits, all because he was trying to save the tax people money. But you want $200 billion to put more of American lives at risk for this unjustified war that's being fought on Israel's behalf. This is the type of hocus pocus nonsense that I be talking about. This is the type of shit that we mean when we say elections have consequences. And I don't give a rat's ass what anybody says. If Kamala was sitting in that White House right now, we wouldn't be dealing with this shit.
Back here in the U.S., the Pentagon is now preparing to ask Congress for $200 billion to keep funding the war in Iran. The administration already saying the first week cost $11 billion alone, more than $1 billion a day. Some lawmakers asking tonight, if the president now says this is going to end soon, why are you asking for $200 billion more from taxpayers? And the moment today, President Trump and Japan's prime minister. The president was asked why he didn't tell U.S. allies before attacking Iran. He jokingly brought up Pearl Harbor. Here's Mary Bruce.
Tonight, the Pentagon preparing to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion to fund the war in Iran. A massive number Secretary Pete Hegseth says might not even be final.
I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys.
The request comes 3 weeks into the war. The Pentagon says the first week alone cost more than $11 billion. President Trump has said it will end soon. So today, reporters asking why he needs so much more money for this fight.
The war is almost over. Why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
Well, we're asking for a lot of reasons beyond even what we're talking about in Iran. This is a very volatile world.
On Capitol Hill, the $200 billion request catching many members of Congress off guard. The president launched this war without seeking their approval. Now lawmakers from both parties demanding details before they write that check.
They need to come clean with the American people before they ask for $200 billion.
The president didn't consult American allies before going to war either. Today, as Trump welcomed Japan's prime minister to the Oval Office, a Japanese reporter asking why Japan wasn't given a heads up. Trump's response shocking the prime minister as he invoked Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor.
Why didn't you tell U.S. allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay? Right? You know, he's asking me, do you believe in surprise? I think much more so than us.
The Japanese prime minister sitting there watching as the president spoke.
Because of that.
And again, David, the president asking for that additional $200 billion. It is a huge request, and the war already costing over $11 billion in just the first week. David, that's more than $1 billion a day.
Mary Bruce tonight. Mary, thank you.
Wait. I thought.
First of all, that was stupid. She probably wasn't even alive during Pearl Harbor because she doesn't look like somebody in their in her 70s. I mean, this woman, she probably might be in her 50s, possibly 60s. She probably wasn't even alive during Pearl Harbor. What a dumb comeback. You tell me about Pearl Harbor. So that's your comeback for not telling the allies that you were going to bomb Iran? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? So you can tell by the expression on her face. I mean, to me, she came very close to calling them dumb. I would have done it. But hey, it is Donald Trump, you know, and they think they got high IQs, y'all. Seriously. Let's go on.
We were broke. We didn't have money for food stamps or for health care or to fix the roads. We needed tariffs. We're broke. Now they want $200 billion for a war that should have never happened. Thanks, MAGA.
So the Pentagon seeks $200 billion of our tax dollars to fund a war of choice. $200 billion to fund a war of choice. So, you know, Pete Hegseth, his commentary is always so interesting. Obviously, it takes money to unalive bad guys. As far as the $200 billion, I think that number could move. Wow. We could be funding other things in our country, right? But they're requesting your hard tax dollars, my hard tax dollars, to fund a war of choice. They want to ask for $200 billion to fund this war in Iran. That it is a war of choice. That's all. It's more. 200 billion.
Trump says today that we're doing so well against Iran that he's ready to wind it down. Donald Trump, if you're ready to wind it down and we've won everything, why are you asking for $200 billion more? Donald, what? You're asking for $200 billion more. You said you're winding it down. You're ready to. Why are we sending Patriot missiles and THAAD missile systems from South Korea over to different parts of the Middle East, Donald Trump, if we're winding it down? Donald Trump, if we are winding it down, why are we still having to defend against the drones and the missiles coming out of Iran? Why are the oil facilities throughout the Middle East still being attacked? Why are drones and missiles still raining down on Tel Aviv and other parts of Israel and U.S. military personnel throughout the region if it's winding down and we've won everything? Donald, what you're saying doesn't match up with reality. Now, I know you all are shocked about that. Donald Trump is telling us one thing and the facts are telling us something else, but they are. Donald, this war is anything but over. We have not won. It has been very expensive, and American service personnel so far that are not coming back. It's been expensive monetarily as far as what we've spent from the military, and it's been incredibly expensive to not only the U.S. economy, but the world economy on what we're paying for as higher fuel costs. That's going to translate to higher fertilizer costs, higher food costs. Everything is going to go up, and this isn't going to be over anytime soon. It's going to be a minimum of 6 months, if not longer, even if everything, all the hostilities were to end now. And they're not going to end now. It's not going to end anytime soon. So Donald Trump, stop lying to the American people. We really know better. Even MAGA's catching on that what you're telling is not true. Love to hear from my Democrats, my MAGAs, my crazies, my cuckoos, and the burnout light bulbs.
$200 billion. That's what the Pentagon is asking Congress to continue the war in Iran. $200 billion. And that is going to come straight out of the pocket of every single U.S. citizen. $200 billion for a war that Donald Trump said over a week ago that they won. Thoughts and comments in the comments, please.
Americans are told to pay $200 billion more for Israel's war against Iran. Trump demands that the American people, the hardworking American taxpayer, squeeze out another $200 billion for the Israeli-led, American-supported illegal war against Iran. Americans are told to live without health care, told to pay higher energy costs, told to pay higher food costs, told that their roads and bridges can wait to be repaired so that the mighty Israeli Zionist Jews can carry on murdering innocent people anywhere they choose. Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, and now Iran. Every American should be rising up and screaming to the heavens, hell no, we demand America first, today, tomorrow, and forever. If puny and cowardly Israel wants a war with Iran, I say, go ahead, Israel, try it, but try it without the United States support. That will be the quickest war in history, with Israel wiped off the face of the earth. Trump's Secretary of War, the silly G.I. Joe lookalike Pete Hegseth, blusters and pounds his chest, telling the American people the following.
As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded for what's been done, for what we may have to do in the future.
You heard Pete Hegseth. It takes money to kill bad guys. How much money did it cost to kill 153 little Iranian schoolgirls in Manab, Iran? It is disgusting and unconscionable. And the joke of the day that makes America look so foolish and stupid. Trump never asked Congress if he could attack Iran or said how attacking Iran benefits America. Trump attacked Iran upon an order from Netanyahu. Congress never authorized the war, and yet Trump demands tax money for his illegal war. The requested amount of $200 billion is on top of the initial Pentagon's annual budget, which Congress approved at more than $800 billion for the current fiscal year of 2026, plus the additional $150 billion that Congress gave the Defense Department in last year's tax cuts bill, much of it for specific projects and overall upgrades to the Pentagon's operations. So the U.S. defense budget will grow to well over $1 trillion, $1.15 trillion, with no real benefit to the people of America. It only benefits Israel. Spending this amount of money, throwing money into an endless pit on an illegal war that is demanded by the Israeli Zionist Jews is criminal, immoral, and unpatriotic. Trump is a pathetic leader and a stupid and intellectually incompetent man behaving like Netanyahu's dog. Some way, somehow, Palestine will be free. More next time. I'm Penny Lane. Thank you.
As far as $200 billion, I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded for what's been done, for what we may have to do in the future. Ensure that our ammunition everything's refilled, and not just refilled, but above and beyond. I mean, President Trump, as he said, rebuilt the military in his first term, didn't think he'd use it as dynamically in his second, but he had. So thank goodness he did that. And an investment like this is meant to say, hey, we'll replace anything that was spent. And now that we're reviving our defense industrial base and rebuilding the arsenal of freedom and cutting deals like our great deputy secretaries here is doing, long lead times on exquisite munitions, we're going to be refilled faster than anyone imagined.
Donald Trump is asking for $200 billion to continue the war in Iran. What are we even doing here? Let me tell you what $200 billion could do here in America. It would allow for free public college for every American kid. We could build 1,000 trade schools. We could pay every American teacher at least $60,000 to start. We could have universal childcare at $10 a day with childcare workers making $25 an hour. And we could fully fund special needs education, the 40% that the federal government needs to fund. It's time that instead of putting Iran first, we actually put America first. I am tired of billions of dollars going to a Middle East war. Let's spend that here in communities here at home.
No, you need to take the 200 billion and let that be the start of our reparations. I don't want to hear about money for everything else. I'm sick of it. They need to, this is our reparations time. All this money for this and money for that. And we could spend it better doing this and doing that. No, where's our reparations? Seriously. So y'all, this is all I have on this one, and it's enough. Now, Donald Trump sounds like a damn fool. In one instance, you obliterated them. There's nothing else for you to bomb. And then on the other hand, we need $200 billion to continue the war.
Some trillion.
Oh, man.
How the fuck is pay back money? Right.
If any of this made any sense, that in itself would be a miracle. But yeah, we're going to be the ones paying, and we're going to be the ones paying all the high prices. And it's a lot going on now. And I got to put another live together. Millions of people are now walking away from their health care. They can't afford it. There's a lot of people that were saying they were only paying maybe $100 or $200 a month, and they were okay. That bill has now tripled to $1,200, $1,500 a month. And people said they're not going to pay it. They're not going to struggle to pay this because they don't have the money. So millions of people all around this country are dropping their health care. That's what I told you was going to happen. See, Donald Trump never should have messed with Obamacare. It was fine the way it was. The only reason why he tampered with it because his rich buddies want the public to pay so they can have more money. That's what it is at the end of the day, is these rich, greedy ass people. They want you to shell out X amount of dollars every single month so they can benefit from it. But they're going to be in for a rude awakening when so many people drop it that they're not getting the money they thought they would get. But that's what's happening all over the country. So I will talk about that a little later. And y'all, Donald Trump has messed up royally. And he underestimated the bottom line of this whole thing, this big out of hand war now. He underestimated it. He got overconfident over taking Venezuela. And he thought, because I read this, he thought taking Iran would be as easy, taking them on. And it is not easy. Man, they are fierce fighters. All right. And the world is watching. And I was listening to, an interview this morning, and they said the only thing the world is watching is how weak America really is. And I said, yes, that's what's going on. And I think Donald Trump is aware of that. That's why he keeps getting in the media saying, we're winning, we're winning, we're winning. And nobody sees us winning. But I guess that's his way of saving face. It's not working. People know Iran is able to hold their own. They're fighting off two countries all by themselves. And they're doing really well fending off the U.S. and Israel. And he was not expecting that. Every time they strike back, Donald Trump seems to be shocked. Which tells me the intelligence must have really been bad, because if it was good, they would have told you, oh no, Iran is going to be a tough adversary. You're not going to just take them down without a fight. But see, the people that could have told Donald Trump that, he let them go. He let them go. So his bad, poor decisions is what got us here. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I have another live coming up at 4:45, and we're going to talk about Israel attempting to strike Iran's nuclear site, and Iran brought it hours later and dropped bombs down on Dimona and Arad, which are two Israel nuclear sites, and Israel is in complete shock. And you know why, y'all? Because they did not think anybody had the balls to do that to them. But now they found someone who is more than willing to bring that same power back on them. So we'll talk about that at 4:45. So everybody have a wonderful afternoon, and I will see you later. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. And shalom, DSB. Thank you for tapping in, brother. I'm going to move on to the next topic, and that is Trump orders ICE to airports during shutdown and TSA callouts. So Lisa going to give us an update on that as well.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. A quick announcement, the 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth products are still on sale until the 27th. Make sure you use the Most High New Year 26 at checkout to get that 40% off. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come to this next topic. TSA agents are calling out, and hundreds of them have recently quit. They quit. And I guess I don't blame them. It's been well over a month and they haven't been paid. So they are bringing ICE agents in, which is, to me, is going to be a disaster because ICE is not used to handling the public. They were never trained as TSA. So what are they going to do? Be tackling people down to the ground and roughing them up there in the airport? Because that's what ICE does out on the streets. I can't imagine how bad it's going to be with them in the airport. Boy, if you are illegal or got an expired visa, you might want to rethink flying right now. That might not be such a great idea with ICE at all of these airports. But yeah, some of the in fact, I was reading hundreds around the country finally just gave up and they're looking for other work. Some of them have taken on other jobs like Uber until this whole thing is over and they can go back to work. And some just don't want to be TSA agents at all anymore. And I can't say that I blame them, but ICE is part of Homeland Security, and that's what Congress is refusing to fund, which caused the partial shutdown. So right now, even ICE is not getting paid. And we already heard about that. I told y'all about that a few months ago. ICE is not even getting paid. So it's a big mess. It's a big mess. Instead of starting a war, Donald Trump, you should have worked on settling this partial shutdown that has been going on. And they said there's no end in sight to this partial shutdown. Boy, government jobs are not what they used to be, y'all. Oh, hell no, it's not what it used to be. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Boy, what a mess this place is. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Well. This is just a reminder for anybody who might be flying into the United States this week. The Frozen crew is going to be at the airports, boo. So you're not going to be safe coming here to the United States. It don't matter what kind of documentation you have. Don't let the current administration tell you that if you have proper documentation, you have nothing to fear, because that's a lie. That's a lie. The Frozen crew don't give a fuck if you have documentation. They don't. They are murdering Americans in our streets. They're detaining them in concentration camps. They're raping children in there, and they're taking bets on who's going to commit suicide next. And mysteriously, a lot of detainees have committed suicide lately. Cancel your flights. Cancel your flights. Don't come here. Our Supreme Court ruled that the Frozen crew can detain you because your skin is a different color than a white man. They have ruled that if you have an accent, you can be detained by ICE. Do not come to this country. And America, why have you not canceled all of your flights yet? You know, this administration, this regime has presented us the opportunity to grind this country to a halt on multiple occasions, dear. And y'all just went about your daily lives like there was nothing to fear. And once again, they are presenting an opportunity to the people of America to end this regime. But I'm pretty sure none of you canceled your fucking flights because your vacay is coming soon. Right? Right. You think everything's going to be okay after you go vacay for a week and you come back? You think it's going to smell better, baby? I don't think so, you see. It will still be shit and it will still stink. It'll only be worse. Because every time we allow them to play in our face and get away with one stunt, they outdo themselves the next day, become even bigger, worn out cunts. Why have you not canceled your flights? Why have you not canceled your flights? Is that trip worth your life? Because it's clear to see, and we learned this during the apocalypse, too many Americans don't give a shit about their neighbor, baby. Wouldn't even cover their fucking face. Tried to claim they couldn't breathe and spread that goddamn disease all over the place. And it took out members of their own fucking family. So, you want to know why people across the globe cannot stand Americans, dear? Because we're selfish and arrogant, honey. It'll never happen to me. Oh, no. I'm too good for that. It won't happen to me. I'm white. It won't happen to me. I'm a Republican. It won't happen to me. I'm a cunt. And the next thing you know, the frozen crew is kicking down your fucking door without a warrant, boo. Next thing you know, your child's rapist got away with it. Slap on the wrist and shit. Next thing you know, you are no more.
President Trump is threatening to send ICE agents to airports as soon as tomorrow if Congress does not agree to end the partial government shutdown. In a Truth Social post on Saturday, the president told ICE to get ready. He claims they will handle security better than ever. Now, it's unclear what role ICE agents would take on, as they're not trained for airport security screenings. Democrats are slamming the plan as an unconstitutional use of, quote, state police force. The shutdown has caused travel chaos, with security lines stretching for hours in major hubs like Atlanta and Houston. Hundreds of TSA agents have quit. They've gone more than a month now without a full paycheck. A lot of travelers are frustrated with the long lines, but also that the TSA workers are going without pay.
Are ICE agents going to move into American airports starting Monday?
Yes. And I'm currently working on the plan now of execution, working with the director of ICE and administrator at TSA, the acting administrator. So we'll put together a plan today and we'll execute tomorrow.
With respect, if you're doing this in 24 hours, how well thought out could it possibly be?
Again, ICE has been at airports across the country for a long time. It's just expanding those things. Look, how much of a plan does it mean to guard an exit to make sure no one comes through that exit?
Are ICE agents even remotely trained to handle security at airports?
ICE agents receive a high level of training. And, you know, the ICE agents are assigned at many airports across the country already. They do a lot of criminal investigation on smuggling at airports. But, you know, certainly a highly trained ICE law enforcement officer can cover an exit, makes people don't go through those exits, entering the airport through the exits. And that stuff like that relieves that TSA officer to go to screening and to reduce those lines. I don't see an ICE agent looking at an x-ray machine because they're not trained in that.
What you're saying is when you move ICE into airports, they are going to be just around the exits and the exteriors. They're not going to be helping people get through the lines and screening people's bags.
Those discussions are going on now. I'm not expert at TSA, so that's why I'm talking to the TSA administrator and the ICE director, find out where we can fit in.
Will ICE officers also be doing immigration enforcement while they are at the airports?
We do immigration enforcement at airports all the time. So is that going to change? It's not going to change.
They've been shown to be a little brutal, and their training doesn't seem like it's even in line with being an official of any form.
President Trump's plan to deploy ICE officers into U.S. airports to alleviate the TSA staffing shortage is getting mixed reaction from travelers here at Newark Liberty International Airport. We spoke to some passengers who told me they are worried that ICE officers don't have the proper training.
You know, there's people that maybe, you know, maybe they're not, their citizenship isn't that clear, but maybe they have definite family, they need travel. They're going to feel scared to travel the way that should be comfortable for them.
They're not educated to the processes.
Yeah.
So how are they going to keep us safe?
Now, we also heard from passengers who just want to get to their destination. And if ICE officers means that these lines can get moving a lot faster, then they're okay with Trump's plan.
I think anybody that can come and help is a good thing. If they're getting paid, we should probably put them to work.
Whatever it takes so that people don't have to wait in line, I guess.
Do you have a message for lawmakers who are still stuck on this issue of the shutdown?
Consider the people who voted for you and who are trying to make things better by voting for you, and stop making this a match between who can hold out longer.
Okay, y'all, in this continuing saga of partial government shutdown, where TSA continues to not be funded, but the personnel continue to show up and secure or help secure and evaluate some of the nation's top places that need them, which is our airports here in the United States of America. But because the lines are astronomically long, some TS agents that are not getting paid are saying, hey, we're not coming to work. We got to go find new jobs. And rightfully so. Now, President Trump, come tomorrow, Monday, is going to deploy ICE agents to our nation's busiest airports, those that are found with these extremely long lines. So, do you believe this is the right move for the president to be making, to be sending ICE agents to our nation's airports? Or do you believe this is a bad move and we're going to see protests, actual protests, protesting ICE at our nation's airports, just like we've seen them protest in our communities? Let me know in the comments. And don't forget to follow.
Here's the breaking news and how appropriate, because I'm in the airport right now. Tom Homan, who's the border czar, is now confirming that ICE agents will be in airports around the country starting tomorrow. He's going to consult with the head of ICE right now to figure out a plan. They don't have a plan yet, which is surprising considering just how bad they were with what happened in Minnesota. So let's hope people in airports won't be pushed to the ground or dragged across the airport floor, or perhaps let's hope they're not shot. I hope their behavior is better in the airports than it was on the streets of Minnesota and other places. So stay tuned. We'll see what happens. ICE agents in the airports. By the way, in the airports, because the government is shut down, the TSA agents are not being paid. There have been blackouts and sick outs all around the country in airports, and they're trying to not have that happen. They're trying to get some manpower in the airports to get people through. But wow, good luck.
I wish you planned this shit out ahead of time.
Hey, it's Joe from Georgia. Well, according to Tom Homan, the border czar, who is in charge of ICE, is that those ICE agents will be coming to an airport near you starting tomorrow. Now, folks, it is true that TSA, it's bad. The lines are terrible in a lot of airports, and it's causing a lot of inconvenience. But now we're going to put ICE agents to replace TSA agents who aren't coming to work. And this is what I need to ask. How in the world are ICE agents going to help at the airports? They're not TSA agents. They can't get behind machines that have x-ray on baggage and so many other things. So what exactly is ICE going to do other than complicate things at airports in America? I just don't see how this is a very smart decision to put ICE agents in the airports. I just don't see how that's going to work.
ICE agents will be at the airport starting tomorrow. President Trump has said that because the Department of Homeland Security has not been restarted, in order to retaliate, he's going to deliberately put ICE agents at the airports who are going to be instructed to specifically harass people that look Somali. This is in retaliation for the fact that TSA workers have not been paid for over a month now. Now, the Democrats have offered a solution where the TSA could get paid, but the Republicans do not want to allow that plan to go through. This shutdown will end, according to the Democrats, when the Republicans concede some very basic things for the ICE department, including no more masks, ID numbers that are searchable. But the Republicans don't want to give up anything for ICE. They like having their own secret police force. Now, we don't know exactly what this is going to look like. The leader of ICE, Tom Homan, has said, ICE will be there, but they're not going to help with securing bags or anything. So that quite literally means that they're going to be there just to intimidate people. And by people, you already know what I mean, brown people. And honestly, don't travel right now. Serious. We're in the middle of a war with an enemy that is able to shoot enemies out of the sky more efficiently than our government initially thought. Plus, we're in the middle of what's going to be the largest oil crisis in world history. And now you literally have the goon squad at the airport to ask you what your papers are when you go fly to visit your grandma. I seriously doubt they'll be at every single airport, but I'm sure they're going to try to spread them pretty wide just for the intimidation factor. If you do need to fly, do your absolute best not to interact with an ICE agent whatsoever. They will try to convince you that because you're in an airport, which is technically a federal facility, that they have like extra authority to bother you, but that's not true. Especially now with the real ID requirement, as long as you have your passport, just show them your passport and have them leave you alone. Don't worry too much. I feel like this is largely a bluff, but all it takes is just one cowboy to get a little too crazy, and then we could have another person that lost their life. And at an airport is a very scary image. It's also very scary criticizing the government on this app now that it's owned by a Trump ally. So if you want to support me, please like, share, and follow. Or you can also support me by streaming my music. My new song, Miss Your Body, is on all platforms right now.
TSA agents, they've been working without a paycheck for over a month, and now President Trump says he is sending in ICE to help.
White House border czar Tom Homan says this time tomorrow, ICE agents will be at airports helping with security, though it's not clear where the ICE agents will be deployed. NBC Bay Area's Christy Smith has reaction from Oakland.
In Oakland today, lines at the airport were short and moving. This traveler just landed from Chicago.
We got there super early, about 2 hours and 45 minutes before the flight, so we breezed right through. But about an hour later, the airport was jam-packed, so I got to believe the lines were pretty long at that point.
At some airports, the shortage of TSA workers have led to longer waits and security lines before spring break. Now, border czar Tom Homan confirms that President Trump will send ICE agents to airports to help at entrances and exits. Homan spoke today on CNN.
Certainly a highly trained ICE law enforcement officer can cover an exit, makes people don't go through those exits, enter the airport through the exits, and that would stuff like that relieves that TSA officer to go to screening and to reduce those lines. So wherever we can provide extra security.
But the move is raising some concerns, including from Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, who was in the Bay Area today.
And so put them in the airport, and even this morning his head guy said, well, we're always doing immigration. So hopefully they don't turn the airport into a place where people fear to go because they may be threatened by ICE. This is wrong.
Today, the national president of the American Federation of Government Employees issued a statement saying, in part, our members at TSA have been showing up every day without a paycheck because they believe in the mission of keeping the flying public safe. They deserve to be paid, not replaced by untrained armed agents who've shown how dangerous they can be. Secretary Homan says ICE agents will help in roles that don't require specialized training.
I don't see an ICE agent looking at an x-ray machine because you're not trained in that.
I'm struggling to figure out how ICE can assist TSA. It takes at least 1 year to train a TSA officer. They're not going to be hopping on the x-rays to prevent terrorist threats.
The Oakland San Francisco Bay Airport says it has not been advised of any proposed operational changes at this time. Homan says he believes the focus would be at large airports that have seen the longest wait times. We asked airport visitors today about the plans.
TSA is where the funds need to be made, and anything that they can do to help out, I think that would be really beneficial for them.
Putting ICE in there just, to me, elevates tensions unnecessarily. People may be afraid to fly because they think they're going to get seized or detained.
In Oakland, Christy Smith, NBC Bay Area News.
I mean, I'm not saying they can't do a good job, but they're it's not the same job.
I feel like that would be okay if they're willing to step in and do a decent job and do what they're supposed to do, but follow what the TSA agents do.
Very frustrated. They said, you're not going to make it, so go to another airport. Just giving you a heads up. So I had to get all my bags again, and now I got to get an Uber, $110 to go to LaGuardia. Come on, Congress, just fund it.
ICE agents are deploying to major U.S. airports tomorrow to completely take over security. Literally tomorrow, guys, federal immigration officers are stepping in to run the checkpoints. This is the brief on Operation Boarding Pass. We at News Audio Daily just uncovered this exclusive, and it's wild. Basically, a massive government funding lapse is completely freezing federal operations, forcing an unprecedented agency crossover just to save your spring break travel. It's kind of like the ultimate federal crossover episode. Like, is this a genius operational pivot or a sign of total infrastructural panic? So first, let's look at the crisis. Because of this funding lapse, the TSA is severely short-staffed, meaning millions of Americans are currently facing brutal multi-hour delays at the airport. Second, the unprecedented fix.
When's
Under what they're calling Operation Boarding Pass, ICE officers are officially stepping in starting tomorrow, deploying directly to departure gates to assist those overwhelmed TSA workers. Finally, the passenger impact. This brings a massive operational overhaul to the everyday traveler, because ICE won't just be watching. They are actively stepping in to manage the chaos and secure the terminal exits. But if federal immigration officers are managing the chaos and securing the exits, how does that completely change the standard security experience for the average traveler? Look, the government's funding might be frozen, but ICE is officially bailing out TSA tomorrow to save your spring break flights. We are walking into a totally unknown, chaotic airport reality tomorrow morning, so follow for updates.
It's in the afternoon.
That'll be at 11.
We're not gonna be able to do the show.
Why? The show's in.
Horrible. From now on, I would drive wherever I have to go until they get this figured out. It was horrible.
Y'all, this is just not gonna, this is just no good. You know, I guess it's a good thing I don't have to travel anywhere right now. So, you know, it's not really anything that's going to impact me, but there are many people that still have to be out there traveling. Be careful, because these ICE agents, although they really have not done a lot of detaining with our people, but I have seen them harass some of our men, you know, but just be careful out there. And if you do have to travel, be careful. You know, it's not worth it, because, you know, I can't see ICE doing anything but making the entire situation worse for everybody up at the airport. And, you know, many of them are butt sore because they're not getting paid. So I just don't know. I'm surprised anybody shows up for work that works for the government at this point. You know, wow. Donald Trump sure made sure that there are no more job security when it comes down to a government job. That's one thing he has done since he's been in office. So, well, the deportation should have began on the Somalians because they don't have their TPS. I'm going to have to go and look and see what the update is, because it expired last month for the Haitians, and this month, last week actually, it expired for the Somalians. So I'm going to have to pull that up and see what's going on with their deportation. So y'all, thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. And I got one more live coming up at 3:45, and Hard Hit in History. Thank you so much for your super chat. Finally caught a live. Thanks, Lisa. And thank you for your support. I deeply appreciate it. All right, y'all. I will see you later. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. All right. So, what did Toss Lady say?
That's real quick. You know, in our city, the mayor just tried to pass this shit that ICE can't be picking up anybody on city property. And I think the airport's owned by the city. So these motherfuckers are gonna be freely in and out, but they're not gonna be able to detain nobody unless they get caught cooking off.
which I think is kind of not slick, and I think it's gonna come to a backfire. Because ICE's main goal is to get people, you know, check them out and shit. I got stopped recently, so I got stopped and questioned briefly. I told you did, but I did get stopped in the middle of the night.
Never got stopped by no damn ICE.
Who? You?
I have never got stopped by no
No,
damn
but I
ICE.
have. What does it got to do with you? Telling them I got stopped, cuz I did. I was drinking and driving. I was on my way to the grocery store. And the two ICE cops were over there trying to look like they was breaking into a car. And I just happened to roll up. And they were like, hey, stop. And got up in front of my little shit. And I was like, what? Where are you from? I'm like, what? Yeah, from the soil, California. They're like, you look Venezuelan. Never in my motherfucking life.
Shalom, family.
That never in my motherfucking life. I'm very cute for that. Where's your ID? Right here, bitch. Right here. Right, she got a chip in it and everything. I was like, right here, bitch. Where you from? Where you from? I'm like, what do you mean? From here. Well, by way of California. Motherfucker, legal United States citizen. Born and raised. Yeah, they stopped. Accused of being Venezuelan. Never in my life. Never. I've heard lots of things, but never that.
Yeah.
They let me go. And let me go. They did. They didn't really detain me. They just stood in my way long enough for me to get out my ID, which I was gonna have, you know, anyway. I just went to the store.
Right.
So I was like, man, for real? And I just was like, I was wearing this little light blue jaunt. I was like, for real? It was like almost 9 o'clock at night. I was laughing at them. Yep, they were doing something nefarious. But I thought it was funny as hell. I stopped. At least I know they were on the job. That's the only good thing I can say. At least I know they were on their job. And I was kind of like distracted by it, so I could have told them where to go.
Right.
For maximum roundup. For maximum roundup. But I was distracted by the shenanigans. One thinking clearly. Never in my life. But thank you, baby. I think that it's gonna backfire here. I think everything that mayor does is gonna backfire. And audits are showing the true corruption going on in the city. Have you been reading them?
Yes.
What do you think?
I'm going to cover that. Oh, that's on the topic list. Please stay on topic.
Okay. Asshole. Sure. Let's go. Stay on topic. That is on topic.
That's not the topic. The topic is the dump ordering ICE to airports during shutdown.
It's gonna backfire. What's he gonna do? Like some of the blue cities issued that shit that no arresting people on street property or city property, which kind of is a big thing because you don't know what's owned by the city and what is it. Is the sidewalks on their property owned or are they still public? Too many questions, not enough answers. You know?
Mm.
But go ahead, I'm sorry for you.
All right. Thank you for that, ladies. All right, moving along. We got dump gives Iran 48 hours to reopen Strait of Hormuz.
Why do they have to do this?
Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. Well, Donald Trump has been making some real interesting threats. and not realizing that no damn body is afraid of the US anymore. And he is telling Iran if they do not open up the Straits of Hormuz, they're going to obliterate them. He's been using that word a lot, obliterate. Donald Trump, you've been fighting Iran for 4 straight weeks. You ain't obliterate them yet. But you love that word. Oh, we will obliterate. You're not even obliterate. If anything, they're obliterating your ass. You and Israel are being obliterated. And I'm loving it, y'all, because there's a lot of countries out here saying they are no longer afraid of the US and Israel. They're not scared of Israel either. Boy, how the tides have turned. Y'all really misjudged this adversary. You did not read the room right. You didn't do it. You didn't do your homework on this adversary called Iran. So, you know, there's a lot of confusion over the Strait of Hormuz. And let me just clear up a few things, because I've had someone reach out and say, it's open. It's open. It's open to countries that Iran is allowing in. They are right now allowing China, Japan, and India. They're allowing them in. All other countries, y'all, are not going in there. They're not going in there. And there's a reason why they're not going in there. Number one, I don't know if any of you realize this, during the time of war, it is not unusual for oil tankers to have their insurance canceled. And that's what happened to the majority of them. The insurance company, if they feel a ship could potentially be blown up out there, they will cancel that policy, because these oil tankers cost millions and millions of dollars, and they don't want to pay out on that. So it's a very common thing they do during the time of war. They will cancel the insurance policy of these oil tankers, and that's exactly what happens. So the companies will tell them just to sit there, and that's what they'll do. So when it seems like things are getting better in the region, then they can reapply and get their policies back. So as long as they have no insurance, which the majority of them no longer have insurance, they're not going to go in there. So that's what's happening. That's why I got that story coming up at 3:45. Australia is only 30 days away from running out of gas. Over 100 gas stations are now closed completely down in Australia. They don't have no fuel, and their tanker can't get in there. Their tanker don't have any insurance. So they can't just go in there and get oil. They can't do it without an insurance policy. So Australia is desperately reaching out, but here's the problem. The countries they're trying to get help from are in the same situation they're in. And also understand, this is coming to America, y'all. This is not just Australia. It's going to be other countries, including this country. Why do you think Trump is desperate to get it open again? Because if he don't do it, this country's going to run out of fuel and be just like Australia. And they already said Israel and the United States are banned from going in to the Straits of Hormuz. They are not allowed in. Why do you think Donald Trump is desperate and doing all this military build up? He knows what's coming. This place is going to run out of fuel. And right now, it's not looking real good. because Iran refuses to talk to Donald Trump. They're saying no. Yes, we are going to run out of fuel. It's hitting Australia, but it's going to hit other nations in the coming weeks. Most countries have what's called a 90-day reserve. They got enough fuel for the next 90 days. But if this war is still going on beyond that 90-day point that countries will hit, you're going to be out of fuel. You're going to be out of fuel. And Donald Trump has been feuding with Canada. Canada could have been potentially a country that could have helped because Canada got fuel. But Donald Trump done screwed up the relationship with Canada. Canada's not going to help us now. They're not going to help us. Donald Trump messed up that relationship. So Canada is running to China for all of their help. So they're in a good place because China is allowed in and out of the Straits of Hormuz. But America's not allowed in there. So yes, it's going to get really bad. It's going to get bad. So he threatened 48 hours he would bomb the Straits of Hormuz. There's a couple of things I need to show you. One is don't forget to pick up your hair products for 40% off. Make sure during checkout you're using the Most High New Year 26 to get your 40% discount. Because some people are still just checking out and you're not putting in the coupon code. Make sure you use it to get that 40% off. All right, now there's an article that came out just a few hours ago. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen. Because Donald Trump was talking a lot of crap about going in there and obliterating them and bombing them. And you know how Donald Trump don't stick to anything. Well, here we go again. Trump says U.S. is talking with Iranian leader as he extends deadline for striking power plants. Ladies and gentlemen, he ain't talking to Iran. Let me tell you something. He's in talks or negotiating. Donald Trump is lying. Just look at the fact that nobody will help the U.S. with the war. That should pretty much answer how much negotiating he's doing, which is none. Countries are not talking to Donald Trump, and Iran has come out in the media multiple times saying they will not be talking to Donald Trump. They will continue with the war. They have said it multiple times. So he's not telling the truth once again. He's not telling the truth. Iran said there is no conversations with Donald Trump. So he extended it because Donald Trump is afraid. And number two, putting ground troops in there and bombing, it's just going to end in disaster for the U.S. It's not going to end well. So y'all, let's get to the videos. You know, and he needs to stop getting on TV every day lying about blowing up Iran and all this nonsense that he's talking. Donald Trump, they're blowing your ass up right now. You know, it doesn't pay to talk crap when you don't have the upper hand in the whole thing. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Today is Saturday at 4:44 p.m. and Donald Trump just posted that he's about to obliterate Iran's biggest power plants. Just yesterday, Donald Trump said he's already won the war.
He said the war was militarily won in Iran. What did you mean by that?
Oh, I think we've won. We've knocked out their Navy, their Air Force. We've knocked out their anti-aircraft. We've knocked out everything. We're roaming free. From a military standpoint, all they're doing is clogging up the strait. But from a military standpoint, they're finished.
So how much longer should the American people? You said I'm open.
Again, earlier today, he posted this. The United States has blown Iran off the map, and yet their lightweight analyst, David Sanger, says that I haven't met my own goals. Yes, I have, and weeks ahead of schedule. Their leadership is gone, their Navy and Air Force are dead, and they have absolutely no defense, and they want to make a deal. Again, just yesterday, he was bragging about how easy it is to open up the Strait of Hormuz.
Opening the Strait of Hormuz is a simple military maneuver. Very simple. Yeah, but what did you mean by that? It's a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, but you need a lot of help in the sense of you need ships, you need volume. And NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so. And others could help us, but, we don't use it. At a certain point, it'll open itself at a certain point. But we've defeated the enemy, and they are an enemy. They're a sick group of people. The leadership is gone. The Navy is gone. The Air Force is gone. The anti-aircraft equipment that they have, the radar they have is all gone. Everything.
Okay, so if Donald Trump is accurate, y'all, I want you to think about this. Yesterday, Iran bombed Dimona and bombed Arad, which are two Israeli nuclear sites. How did they do that if you eliminated everybody? You eliminated their army, you eliminated their air force, you eliminated their navy. According to you, nobody should be fighting you back. So how are they fighting you back on a regular basis if you got rid of everything and you bombed them and you killed them all? So how are they fighting you every day? How did Dimona and Arad got bombed yesterday if you obliterated everything? See, this is what I'm talking about. Every single day, they're dropping 500 to 700 bombs on Israel. But according to Donald Trump, they just destroyed everything about Iran. See, this is what I'm talking about. This man does nothing but lie. He does nothing but lie.
Everything's gone.
So, with his latest post, there's only one thing to conclude. Our gas prices are going to continue to go up because obviously Donald Trump has bitten off more than he can chew. If you've been following the news, there have been more drone strikes, more ballistic missile strikes happening to our allies over there in the Middle East, even though Donald Trump and Whiskey Leaks Pete keep saying that they've degraded Iran's capabilities. Well, you may have thought you did, but it looks to me like it's actually the other way around. Why do there continue to be boom, boom strikes if the United States of America is winning? And why is Donald Trump sending troops to the Middle East? Yes, U.S. troops are heading to the Middle East. Donald Trump is obviously lying to the American people, ladies and gentlemen, and you are witnessing the largest cover-up in American history.
Time is ticking after Donald Trump issued an ultimatum to Iran: open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours or America will attack their power plants. Iran has...
Now, let me tell you something. Every time Donald Trump lies, like this, he's literally putting all of us in danger, because what you're going to have is people traveling overseas from the United States believing, oh, well, we're winning that war. Oh, we're safe. We're winning the war. And they're not going to be safe at all. In fact, there was a warning that went out and said for Americans, they are advising Americans not to leave the country because you're not going to be safe. Number two, they just found out yesterday, because they were saying Iran didn't have weapon capabilities that went beyond that region. They just found out yesterday their missiles actually can reach the UK. So they can fire off missiles from Iran and it will reach Europe. So they're admitting that for the first time. So Donald Trump is dangerous, because if a missile is headed our way, he'd be on TV telling you that we're winning, we got the upper hand, and we bombed everything. They don't have nothing left. And then in the meantime, some bomb or some drone is on their way to America, and we get no warning. We don't have time to run for cover or nothing. Donald Trump is a danger to society as far as I'm concerned. He is a dangerous person to have in charge during a war, because his lies can be detrimental. His lies can be deadly. His lies can take lives. Let's go on.
Has responded, saying if that happens, all American information technology and desalination infrastructure will be targeted. Europe is on high alert after Iran launched missiles 4,000 kilometers away, double the distance thought to be possible, proving they could reach London, Paris or Berlin.
We're halfway through the 3-day Islamic Eid al-Fitr holiday. Families are out enjoying themselves, people having picnics, kids having ice creams, running around, playing. But at the same time, by night, there were drones and missiles flying across the Gulf in both directions. And there is a fear here that this could still get a whole lot worse. President Trump has issued this ultimatum, which expires on Monday night, for Iran to release its stranglehold, its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz. If not, he says he's going to decimate or obliterate Iran's power plants. Iran has said, fine, well, we'll do the same to all US-linked power plants on this side, the Arabian side of the Gulf. And so there's a kind of curious intake of breath here collectively. Is this about to get better or a whole lot worse? And meanwhile, you've got a number of ships heading this way that the US has dispatched from East Asia that are carrying 2,500 Marines, a Marine Expeditionary Unit, which is prompting speculation that the Americans plan to possibly invade, seek and hold part of Iran's Gulf Islands, maybe Kharg Island, its main export terminal, which would again massively escalate this war. So it doesn't appear to be winding up soon, despite some of the contradictory comments coming out of the White House.
Now, Trump just announced yesterday that Iran has 48 hours to open up the Strait of Hormuz, or he's going to obliterate their power plants, starting with the biggest one. Now, people just made videos talking about, oh, y'all worried about gas and oil going up, man. It don't matter if the Strait of Hormuz closed, they can find another way. Apparently not. Like I was telling y'all, you just have to do your research. Stop listening to these people on social media. This is what the Strait of Hormuz look like. Y'all see what those little dots, you know what those little dots are? Those are oil tankers. They're just floating right there. They can't get through because Iran's blocking it. That's why Trump just came and made that statement. Y'all got 48 hours, man, to unblock this thing without a threat. If not, these 48 hours up, we're going to hit your, starting with your biggest one. That's why I was telling y'all, everybody keeps saying, oh, he could just go around, go find another way. No, this is the shortcut. This is how they're going to save money. This is the shortcut to get their oil through. This is what U.S. been using forever, y'all. They try another route, guess what? More money spent, prices going up, oil, it's going to cost more. Trust me, y'all. I did my little bit of research. I don't know a lot, y'all. I know a little bit, just a little bit. But that's why he made that threat, y'all. He said they got 48 hours. Made that threat Saturday. That's his, oh, matter of fact, they were his right there. He did a post on it. 48 hours, he said he's gonna obliterate all their power plants. Don't forget, he said earlier that I could take out their electricity now. He said we could do that. Look, we could do that in an hour, and it'll take them 25 years to rebuild. He said, but we ain't gonna do that. That's what Trump said, y'all. I keep telling y'all, man. Everybody talk about, man, y'all panicking for nothing, man. That they ain't finna do nothing. Man, listen, if Iran don't open that Strait of Hormuz, man, where that oil and stuff go through, man, they gotta make a move, man. They can't have them block that off, man. That's how we make our money, man. If not, man, the prices going up, man. I'm telling you, everybody gonna be riding electric scooters and electric bicycles, electric cars, man. I'm telling you, boy, people don't want to pay them high behind gas prices, but that's what it is. I told y'all, they dead serious about the Strait of Hormuz. There ain't no other way. That's why Trump made that threat, man. He said 48 hours, man. Hey, man, it is what it is, man. If you didn't know, now you know.
You know, brother here sounds a tad bit naive. If they don't open it up right now, they are kicking the US's ass. I don't know what he's reading. He doesn't sound, he says he knows a little. Trust me, he may not even know a little from the way he sounds. Right now, Iran got the upper hand. Do you really think they're going to let the US take out their power plants and not fight back? They've been fighting back hard the entire time. And I mean hard. I remember it was about, a week ago, they rained 700 bombs down on Israel. I mean, they are bringing it. So no, bruh, if they don't open it in 48 hours, Donald Trump already said he's extending the time because he's rethinking it. He knows that's not a good decision. Remember, Iran has been training for ground war for over 20 years. You got to think about all of that. So, you know, I just tread lightly on what he just said. I think he is probably believing the propaganda that they are just tearing Iran up. America's kicking. He's probably buying into that propaganda. But let's go on.
And knowing is half the battle. Love y'all. Be safe out there. Big Duke out. Y'all think later.
Trump gives Iran 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz. It's not happening, Trump. Yeah, he tweeted it on the 21st of March, which is yesterday, right, about 11 a.m. So I'm expecting by the 23rd, 11 a.m., if the strait is not open by then, which is tomorrow, let's see what you're going to do, Trump. Let's see what you're going to do. What you going to do? Bomb, bomb, bomb? That's not going to solve shit. It ain't going to solve nothing. See, what happened is Trump thought Iran was Venezuela. The same way he did Venezuela, just send in special forces, bomb up some shit, capture Maduro, take him to New York, lock him up. And the Venezuelan people were like, yeah, please, Trump, hold great one, Trump. It ain't happening like that in Iran. So this is a different ideology that's hidden back. They're fighting back. You notice they're fighting back. Trump didn't expect a fight back. He didn't expect that. Now Trump is showing, well, I'm not negotiating. You're not the one who was not negotiating. Iran told you that they're not negotiating. All of a sudden, Trump is tweeting, well, I don't want to negotiate. It's not that you don't want to negotiate. Iran told you that weeks ago. The first weekend, they told you that. They told you that we're not negotiating. Okay. We're going to hit back. That's what the Iranians said. And they're doing that. The Iranians have intercontinental ballistic missiles. 2-stage missiles. You know what a 2-stage intercontinental ballistic missile is? That means when it's fired and it's traveling, this missile, it opens like a shell, right? And another missile comes out of that one and keeps doing it and keep going. 2-stage. And it wouldn't surprise me if they got 3-stage ballistic missiles. It's a 2-stage ballistic missile. One of the missiles is encased in another, and that one is probably encased in another. So it travels for a certain, probably 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, drop off one missile, because that's probably burnt out. The one enclosed in the casing now comes out and continues the journey to get to.
Aitaram, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Khatam al-Anbiya. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
Donald Trump is having a nigga moment with Iran via Truth Social and Twitter. And this scenario is hilarious until you think about the fact that actual lives are being lost and they got drones and nukes. Like they not just running a friendly fade. There are actual lives at stake here. And it really just goes to show how unprofessional like the White House is. Because why are we letting niggas know exactly what we finna do to them before it happens? Over fucking social media. Holy hell. And honestly, it makes sense for Iran to respond back like via social media because like they didn't start this shit and they have nothing to lose for real. United States has everything to lose. And it's like moments like this that really show how unserious the United States leadership is right now. And I keep remembering the fact that they had up like Twitter in the fucking war room. Our leaders are absolute fucking dweebs, bro.
It's official. It looks like Affordable Care Act subsidies are going to expire at the end of the year, and there really is no effort to stop that. Why? Because the House Republican caucus released their plan over my work by subscribing to my Substack.
Dana Marie McNichol has more on that 48-hour ultimatum that the president issued yesterday online. She joins us from West Palm Beach, Florida. Dana Marie, afternoon.
Hi, Kevin. That's right. The president's rhetoric is continuing to intensify on this war. His latest threat, an ultimatum on Iran. He says either reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face those powerful strikes on power plants, as we just heard Trey expand on. And now the president posted this warning, threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants within 48 hours from this exact time point. Now, Trump posted that at 7:45 Eastern time last night. So the countdown continues to tick towards Monday night. Now, the Strait of Hormuz supplies roughly 1/5 of the world's crude oil, but has been largely limited since the conflict. Now, the president has called NATO allies cowards for not sending warships to help defend the strait. He claims because the U.S. doesn't use the strait, this should be a global effort. Now, this morning, the NATO Secretary General said countries support the U.S., but are still in the planning phase of sending help.
European allies and partners all over the world have used the last couple of weeks to make sure that we come together, that they started planning to see what we can do collectively.
Back here at home, Trump says tomorrow he will send ICE agents to help security and immigration efforts at airports across America. He's slamming Democrats for the ongoing partial government shutdown as it enters its 5th week. Now, the president says Tom Homan is in charge of the operation.
There's a lot of things that TSA does. It doesn't require like specialized training, right? Like you have exit lanes where people leave the airport. Now people try to enter those exit lanes. That's a security breach. Well, an ICE agent can maintain those exits, and that allows a TSA officer to go back to screening to move people through quicker.
Now, another way you might see ICE agents at airports starting tomorrow, Tom Homan said they can also check identification before people enters the screening area. So, of course, all eyes will be on the airport tomorrow, Kevin.
So last night, Trump went on Truth Social to threaten Iran, saying that if they don't open up the Straits of Hormuz, he's going to start taking out their power plants. You know, like most leaders do, taking to social media during wartime to make threats. This is a sign of a man who is weak, who is uneducated, and mentally ill. And he has surrounded himself with people who are even worse. Pete Hegseth is not a qualified Department of Defense. He's an 8-year-old boy with access to military weapons. And then he woke up this morning and said that now that Iran is gone, not sure how they're gone if he's still threatening them, that the Democrats are the biggest threat to the United States. Is he going to start taking us out too? He has positioned thousands more of our service members over in the Middle East to get ready for boots on the ground. And they're already in harm's way because of him. And when he tried to pull a fast one and say he was going to lift sanctions on Iranian oil, they said, sorry, we don't have any for sale. Trump is not an intelligent man. He doesn't know how to negotiate. He only knows how to bully and destroy. And all of this chaos and all of the money that is coming out of everyday Americans' pockets at the gas pump and everything else that we buy, by the way, it's going to affect everything else that we do. This is all him. And he still can't tell us why we're there. So we'll see what happens next. I'll be following, of course, every day, but it doesn't look good.
Well, this is not good at all. Trump is now resorting to threats to Iran regarding how desperate the U.S. position has gotten. He says that if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, which was 5 minutes ago, so around 4:45 p.m., the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first, which would be very dangerous for the citizens of Iran, as you know. And then he ended it saying, thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Obviously, the citizens of Iran rely on that power for life-saving equipment, for air conditioning, I'm sure, for anything, really. And the fact that he's threatening this is pretty severe. So it's, in my opinion, a sign that he is getting desperate because things are not going according to plan. And I think we can all agree that things are not going according to plan.
Well, things can't go according to plan if you're always lying about everything. So, listen, you know, I pray for the people that are stuck there because Donald Trump did not give American citizens proper warning in that region, and they're literally stuck there. You know, I was listening to a woman last night. She was like, I go to sleep and I wake up to bombs. Yeah, you know, because you didn't get a chance to get out of there. So this whole thing is a mess. It is a mess. And don't think for one moment, if Donald Trump takes their power plant out, you think they're not going to retaliate on you? Yeah, they're going to come and the same thing. You know, they said they were going to start hacking and doing all kinds of things to the water system here, to the power grid. So, yeah, they're going to come back at us. You might be sitting in the dark too, Donald Trump. So, you know, I pray for our young people. You know, I'm seeing online how many of them that are over there don't want to fight this war. Because, you know, even they know it was not necessary to start this war. So a lot of them are not feeling it, y'all. A lot of these people in the military are not feeling this war at all. So we shall see. I think it's going to be a lot of resistance. If Donald Trump does a draft, I think for the first time in the history of this country, you're going to have millions of people refusing. And he's not going to be able to do anything because you can't jail us all, right? So we all resist and don't want to give up our young people and our family. What is he going to do? And I hear many of our people saying, you know, y'all don't even treat us right. Why should we fight for a country that hate us? So, attitudes are way, way different now, y'all. And that's a spirit that's coming upon the earth from the Most High. You know, Donald Trump is getting a lot of resistance, but he's trying to put on this brave face and tell us we're winning everything. And it's a straight up lie, y'all. He needs to stop lying. So RLI, thank you for the super chat. This goes to show you they had no plan regarding Iran. Trump was told shutting down Hormuz would have a world effect, and he didn't care. Now he realizes what a joke of a president he is. Yes, he is. And thank you for your support from my channel. Oh, absolutely. And see, this is why I'm telling y'all, when this thing is done, America will have no respect in the world. Number one, you started a war that did not have to be started, and then you got defeated by the country you started the war with. Nobody is ever going to respect America again. Nobody's going to, no, they're already showing signs they're not scared of America no more. You know, Iran is showing them it's nothing to fear. That's what Iran is showing the world. You ain't got to be afraid of the US or Israel. We're kicking their asses. You don't have to be afraid of them. Ocean Soul, thank you so much for the super chat. Lisa, we're gonna need hair butter in our tanks. No, you won't need that. But you know what? One thing about us, there is no one more resilient in this world than us. They can turn the power off. They can cut all the gas stations. And guess what? We will still make it because we are built for hard times. Nobody will be able to overcome that like we will. You can best believe it. I wholeheartedly believe that. I'll be with you in a moment. Okay. Okay. Antithesis, thank you so much for the super chat. BACC, Alcha supporting. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. RY 54 OD, thank you for your super chat. Iran is going in like DMX. Yeah, they most certainly are. Boy, I tell you. And you notice another thing about Iran, their strikes are accurate. I noticed that. I've been watching how accurate their strikes are. When they target a location, they get that location. They are very accurate. So y'all, wow. Ocean Soul, thank you again for the super chat. Loretta, get all the catnip and hide the cherries. Yeah, you know, she is sleeping right now. But thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude, but you know, we just need to stay on top of everything. So, you know, if it wasn't for social media, you would never know what's going on. Look, Donald Trump is trying to use the FCC to stop all of the reporting of the war, where he's going to pull the license of every news channel that's reporting on the war. You know, you can forget it, Donald Trump. With this war going on, nobody's going to stop talking about it. That's wishful thinking. People are going to report on the war. People are going to talk about the war. People are going to talk about your failure in the whole thing, whether you like it or not. You think if you do that, it's going to just disappear. It's not going to disappear. It's not. And that's what he's attempting to do. He's attempting to shut down all voices when it comes down to this war. And he's not going to succeed, y'all. He's not. So I will see y'all at 1:45. I have my next live. And boy, we got a lot of things to talk about today. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. All right, thank you for that, Lisa. So there, that's crazy. Well, hopefully we can get the strait back open again. So moving along, we got before passing at 83, Judy Price revealed the cruel dark side of 1970s Hollywood. So may she rest in power. She just transitioned last week. at 83.
Festivals in the world to recognize web-based series.
Welcome back to Shadows of Stardom, where we uncover the untold truths hiding just beyond the spotlight. Today, the vibrant lights of Hollywood feel a little dimmer, and the world has just bid a quiet, respectful farewell to an absolute icon. The incomparable Judy Pace has closed the final chapter of her extraordinary earthly journey at the age of 83. Known to millions as one of the most beautiful women to ever grace the silver screen, her striking presence and undeniable talent changed the landscape of American television forever. But before she took her final bow, she left behind a legacy of profound truth, peeling back the glamorous veneer to expose the harsh, unyielding machinery of the 1970s entertainment industry. How does a star who broke unprecedented barriers and captivated a generation find herself silently battling the very system that crowned her, who truly owned the rights to her youth? And what does it cost to hold on to your soul when the cameras finally stop rolling for decades? The public saw only the dazzling smile and the flawless performances, completely unaware of the heavy burdens she carried behind closed doors. She did not leave us with a list of bitter accusations, but rather a powerful, dignified testament to survival. She spoke of the restrictive contracts that bound artists like beautifully caged birds, of a studio system that demanded absolute obedience while offering no emotional protection, and of a quiet, relentless rebellion. Her journey was intertwined with a profound love story, standing shoulder to shoulder with a man who dared to challenge the untouchable giants of his own industry. She chose to reclaim her dignity rather than surrender to a machine that viewed her merely as a glamorous commodity. Her story is not just a tale of fleeting fame, but a masterclass in resilience and the ultimate reclamation of one's own narrative. But to truly understand the immense weight of her final revelations, we must first go back to the beginning. We must return to the very moment she stepped into the blinding spotlight and captured the heart of a rapidly shifting nation. What really happened when the cameras first turned her way? And what hidden price did she immediately have to pay for that sudden, overwhelming glory? To truly grasp the magnitude of her legacy, we have to travel back to a time when America was caught in the fiery throes of a cultural revolution. The late 1960s and early 1970s were a period of massive social upheaval, a time when television and film were just beginning to reflect the diverse reality of the world outside the studio lots. It was onto this rapidly shifting stage that Judy Pace arrived, armed with an intoxicating blend of striking beauty and fierce, undeniable talent. She did not merely walk into Hollywood, she broke down its heavily guarded doors. The public first felt the full force of her magnetism in the 1968 hit film 3 in the Attic. But it was her groundbreaking entry into the world of primetime television that truly cemented her status as a cultural phenomenon. When she took on the role of Vicky Fletcher in the massively popular soap opera Peyton Place, she achieved something genuinely unprecedented. She became the very first Black female villain on American television. This was not just a casting decision, it was a seismic shockwave sent straight into the living rooms of millions. For the first time, audiences saw a Black woman playing a character who was complex, manipulative, unapologetic, and fiercely intelligent. While some viewers were outraged by this bold departure from the obedient stereotypes they were used to, many others were utterly mesmerized by her commanding presence. She forced the nation to look at her, to really see her, and she handled the immense weight of that attention with absolute grace. Her star only continued to rise, burning brighter with every carefully chosen project. In 1970, she delivered an unforgettable, seductive performance as Iris in the classic film Cotton Comes to Harlem, a role that solidified her image as the era's ultimate cinematic siren. That same year, she brought depth and warmth to the screen as law student Pat Walters in the television drama The Young Lawyers. Her brilliant performance in that series earned her the prestigious NAACP Image Award for Outstanding Actress, a deeply emotional milestone that validated her relentless hard work. Magazines like Ebony and Jet frequently featured her on their covers, officially crowning her as the most beautiful Black woman in Hollywood. Every screening of her work, every magazine spread, offered a dose of pride and comfort to a changing nation hungry for representation. Yet, standing at the very summit of the entertainment world is often an incredibly isolating experience. Underneath the glamorous gowns and the blinding flashbulbs, Judy was quietly carrying an exhausting burden. The initial joy of breaking through those historic barriers slowly began to mix with the crushing pressure of maintaining an idealized image. She was adored by millions, but the powerful studio executives often viewed her merely as a beautiful, profitable commodity rather than a vulnerable artist. The higher she climbed, the thinner the air became, and the more she realized that the glittering crown of stardom was lined with sharp, unforgiving edges. As the applause thundered around her, a much quieter, darker reality was beginning to take shape behind the studio gates. What happens when the very industry that builds you up begins to systematically strip away your autonomy? And how long can one woman smile through the invisible chains before she finally decides to fight back? While the audience saw Judy Pace beaming radiantly on the silver screen, a profoundly different narrative was unfolding behind the velvet curtains. The reality of Hollywood in the 1970s was far less glamorous than the polished images projected in theaters. The studio system, though slowly evolving, was still a rigid, unforgiving machine that often viewed actors not as complex human beings, but as highly profitable properties to be managed and controlled. For a pioneering Black actress, this machinery was doubly oppressive and incredibly isolating. The very industry that celebrated her breathtaking beauty was simultaneously trying to trap her inside it, systematically stripping away her artistic autonomy in exchange for the bright lights of fame. The title of the most beautiful Black woman in Hollywood quickly transformed from a celebrated honor into a suffocating, gilded cage. The relentless media and the adoring public demanded absolute perfection, expecting her to constantly embody this idealized, flawless image at all times, regardless of the emotional cost. There was no room for exhaustion, no space for vulnerability, and certainly no tolerance for the very real human fatigue she felt deep in her soul. Behind the dazzling magazine covers were long, grueling days filled with endless, demanding schedules, dictated by executives who had absolutely no interest in her personal well-being or her deeper artistic aspirations. They firmly controlled the narrative, steering her toward roles that fit their narrow, often stereotypical visions, rather than allowing her the creative freedom to explore the full, vast range of her extraordinary talent. During the height of the blaxploitation era, this suffocating pressure intensified to a heartbreaking degree. While this powerful cinematic movement provided crucial visibility and employment, it also frequently threatened to reduce incredibly talented artists to mere one-dimensional caricatures. Judy found herself constantly navigating a treacherous, exhausting landscape. She was fighting tooth and nail against heavy industry forces that sought to exploit her striking physical appearance. while completely ignoring her profound intellect and immense dramatic depth. The studio executives routinely handed down restrictive, unfair contracts that offered almost zero creative control or long-term security. They treated her sheer star power as a disposable commodity to be bought, sold, and manipulated for their own financial gain. It is widely known that behind the closed doors of casting offices, she spent countless, draining hours, pushing back against directors and powerful producers who bluntly refused to see beyond the surface. She was constantly battling a systemic, quiet prejudice that was deeply ingrained in the very foundation of the entertainment world. She was entirely alone in this exhausting fight, utterly unprotected by the wealthy executives who profited the most from her hard work. The emotional isolation was profound, creating a sharp, bitter contrast to the roaring applause she received whenever she stepped onto a red carpet. The industry simply expected her to smile gracefully, read her assigned lines, and accept whatever restrictive, pre-packaged path they laid out for her without a single word of complaint. But they severely underestimated the quiet, unbreakable strength burning intensely inside her. She was carefully watching. She was learning the cruel rules of the game, and she was silently preparing for a monumental shift. The glamorous facade was beginning to crack under the immense weight of these hidden industry conflicts. Her quiet frustration was about to collide with a deeply personal, historical battle that would change the trajectory of her life forever. What happens when a cultural icon decides that her dignity is worth far more than any lucrative movie contract? And who was the legendary figure standing closely beside her as she prepared to wage an unprecedented war against the untouchable giants of the system? As the 1970s progressed, the shimmering illusion of Hollywood began to reveal its deeply embedded cracks. It is said that behind the closed doors of major studio executive suites, intense feuds were constantly brewing over the direction of Judy Pace's extraordinary career. Rumors whispered through the industry that she fiercely clashed with prominent directors who aggressively tried to push her into the overtly sensationalized, one-dimensional roles that were becoming increasingly common during the peak of the blaxploitation era. She was not a woman who would simply bow her head and accept a creatively bankrupt script, and this quiet, relentless defiance earned her a complicated reputation among the powerful gatekeepers of the entertainment world. While the public saw a radiant star gracing their television screens, the industry insiders knew she was a formidable force who frequently refused to play the obedient, silent muse. But the most profound and scandalous battle of her life was not fought on a soundstage. It was fought in the grueling arena of public opinion alongside the man she loved. Her destiny became inextricably linked with the legendary baseball star Curt Flood, a man who was about to shake the very foundations of American sports. When Flood bravely decided to sacrifice his phenomenal athletic career to sue Major League Baseball over their restrictive reserve clause, the couple found themselves standing squarely in the crosshairs of a vicious, unforgiving media storm. It is said that powerful figures in both the sports and entertainment industries attempted to pressure them, hoping to break their unbreakable spirit by any means necessary. Judy stood by him with unwavering loyalty, even traveling to Puerto Rico to gather vital support for his historic legal challenge against the massive sports monopolies. This deeply personal alliance was viewed by many powerful executives as an act of dangerous rebellion, a defiance that silently threatened to derail her own flourishing acting career at its absolute peak. The tension was palpable, and the whispered threats from the upper echelons of Hollywood suggested that her unwavering support for a man fighting the system could easily cost her everything she had built with her own bare hands. The industry that once celebrated her striking beauty now seemed to view her sharp intellect and fierce loyalty as a genuine threat to their carefully maintained status quo. She was caught in a magnificent, heartbreaking crossfire, balancing her profound love for a visionary man with the exhausting demands of a career that was slowly trying to erase her true identity. How much longer could she endure the suffocating pressure of a system that demanded complete surrender? And what would happen when she finally decided that her voice was worth far more than their conditional, fragile applause? Decades after the blinding flashbulbs of the 1970s had finally dimmed, Judy Pace found herself in a deeply reflective season of life. She had intentionally stepped away from the suffocating center of the Hollywood machine many years prior, choosing peace and personal integrity over the relentless, exhausting chase for conditional stardom. But as she reached the distinguished age of 83, the quiet reflection of her twilight years slowly transformed into a powerful, necessary reckoning. She decided it was finally time to break the long, dignified silence she had carried for over half a century. In one of her most candid, retrospective public conversations, she sat with the quiet, unshakable grace of a queen who had survived a ruthless war. She did not raise her voice in bitter anger, nor did she seek petty revenge against those who had wronged her. Instead, she spoke with the piercing, absolute clarity of a woman who was finally ready to publicly reclaim the narrative that had been stolen from her youth. With a steady breath and a gaze that commanded absolute respect, she began to outline the specific archetypes of the industry that had systematically tried to break her spirit. She spoke of a powerful studio executive who had once sat across a massive mahogany desk and explicitly told her that her brilliant mind was irrelevant as long as her beautiful face sold movie tickets. She described a prominent casting director who relentlessly pressured her to accept demeaning, stereotypical roles, completely dismissing the profound depth of her theatrical training. She laid bare the unforgiving inner workings of a massive, untouchable entertainment system that routinely treated brilliant, groundbreaking Black actresses as disposable commodities rather than vulnerable human beings. Every single word she spoke was a heavy, emotional release, severing the invisible, suffocating chains that had bound her to a painful past. The reaction from the public and the media was one of immediate, profound shock, which quickly dissolved into a deep, overwhelming wave of empathy. Generations of fans who had only known her as the glamorous Vicky Fletcher or the radiant Iris suddenly saw the profound, hidden scars she had silently carried for them all these years. Her bold revelation was not merely a recounting of old grievances. It was a masterful reclamation of her own power and dignity. She stripped the glittering, deceptive mask off the golden age of television, exposing the rust and the cold iron bars hidden underneath. As the world absorbed the sheer weight of her undeniable truth, a lingering, haunting question remained in the heavy air. How do we properly honor the immense sacrifices of a woman who gave so much of her beautiful soul to an industry that actively refused to protect her? And what ultimate guiding lesson does her monumental life leave for the countless generations of artists who will inevitably walk the treacherous path she so bravely carved? The story of Judy Pace is far more than a glittering Hollywood fable. It is a profound, living testament to the sheer resilience required to survive the crushing weight of manufactured stardom. Her journey forces us to look beyond the mesmerizing smiles and the iconic magazine covers, urging us to recognize the deeply vulnerable human beings trapped inside the relentless machinery of fame. When we reflect on her monumental sacrifices and the quiet indignity she endured for the sake of her art, we are faced with uncomfortable, necessary questions. What if the entertainment industry treated its most radiant stars as fragile, complex souls rather than disposable, profitable products? Are we as a devoted audience truly willing to listen to these hidden cries before the stage lights finally go out forever? Her powerful legacy represents countless other forgotten or exploited artists, particularly those pioneering men and women of color who broke down massive, historic barriers only to find themselves completely unsupported by the very systems they enriched. She carried the heavy burden of representation with absolute grace, but she also carried the hidden, excruciating scars of a deeply unequal industry. As we bid a respectful, heartbroken farewell to this incomparable cultural icon, we must honor her not merely by re-watching her classic films, but by fundamentally changing how we consume the shimmering illusions of celebrity. We must actively demand an industry that protects its creators, an industry that values absolute human dignity just as much as it values box office success. Today, we listen to her final truths, not just to remember a glorious past, but to actively shape a far more compassionate future for the artists who will follow in her magnificent footsteps. In her own beautiful, unyielding spirit, she leaves us with a sentiment that will echo through the hollow halls of Hollywood for generations to come. I am not seeking pity or a rewritten history. I simply want my story to be told with my own unbroken voice.
But hey, shout out to Brandis.
Shout out to Brandis. And Blue, if you do get back on Brandis, do you want a rematch or who do you want to fight?
I probably won't get back on Brandis because you tampering with the bets.
Never that. Never that. I don't know what he's talking about. Chibu.
Oh, so now here we go. Now I told Officer Whack and Blueface and all them about doing business with them small hats and them folks over there. Stay away. You already know he had no respect for you. So now it's going down, right? Whack 100, Blueface, and that whole crew is going back and forth online. It's going back and forth online with ADIN Ross, right? Because of a comment that Blueface made right after the fight. He said that he was basically, they was basically doing some shady bets behind the scenes. Now, mind you, RainBet is a company that sponsors all this. It was all over everything, right? That sponsor all this, and they was upset. ADIN Ross was upset about this because when you have a betting service, it has to be ran like it's being ran in good faith. Like it has to be believable. Like when you place your money and your bets there, that it's being taken care of. Well, he said he put that out there to the world that these guys wasn't on the up and up, right? And now they're upset, right? So Whack 100, he went to social media and he said this.
Let me tell you what Blueface is talking about. This is what made Blueface believe this. Let's take a listen to this.
It's like 180 right now. Let's bet 180,000. I got Chibu. You got Blueface tonight. Because I know you got to go with Blue and I got to go with Chibu. 180,000? Yes. You know you got that new steak deal. You could do it. You know I don't be with you know. DD, when are we going to see another fighter from your community? I want to see. It's like 180 right now. Let's bet 180,000. I got Chibu. You got Blueface tonight. Because I know you got to go with Blue and I got to go with Chibu. 180,000? Yes. You know you got that new steak deal. You could do it.
No. Aiden said, let's bet 180,000. He putting it on Chibu. That's Blueface's opponent. Blueface, we ain't gonna talk about the 20 grand he bet academics. We ain't gonna talk about that. Now, let's go back to Adam's fight. Let's see what we got going on here.
Chibu, no, he said no, right? No. Adam, can you please tell the brother if he believe in you, then put something up? I can't bet. I can't bet on my own promotions. I'll get arrested. You see what's happening to all these NBA players, NFL, MLB players, bro. I can't do that. I don't want to get that. Y'all be having some good excuses, man. I do, yeah. Y'all.
Aiden said in January on Adam's fight, he can't bet.
I told y'all this Aiden Ross dude is a cornball. I've been telling y'all that, man. So now he's the one sponsoring and hosting this event, and he's on the air taking bets, right? While he's the host, right, and sponsoring the event, he's taking bets, $180,000 bets with the guy Chibu. Now, a lot of people had, even though Blueface got knocked out the ring, they had him winning 4-2, right? Chibu was the aggressor, but they had Blueface winning on points, right? And Aiden Ross is up there, you know, taking bets on a fight. So now, man, Rainbet was on his behind, right? These guys on his behind. So now he goes online and says that Blueface is not getting paid for all of this, right? Check it out.
Regarding and addressing Blueface. Well, again, Blue, I know you're upset you lost. I understand. And I give you your props for getting in the ring. And it was very tough to get you an opponent. But again, for you to shit on and say it's rigged because it had money up and whatnot, bro, I bet $10,000 with academics. I'm not sitting here betting on Rainbet. I bet, 20 bands with AC and whatnot. I have no control. I have no control over what happened. And Blue, to be honest with you, bro, there was a moment where you got chopped in the corner and you almost the ref almost went like this and TKO'd it because you weren't defending yourself. And for everybody online trying to shit on Chibu, saying Chibu's 70 pounds higher than him, he accepted the fight. These fighters know their terms. And Blue said, if it's not 6 rounds, I'm not fighting. And they fought at 6 rounds. Chibu gave him the 6 rounds. If it was 3, it wouldn't have happened. Judges make bad calls or good calls every fight. Okay? If you think Blueface won this fight, some of you guys thought AP the Fighter lost the last fight. I have no say. Jordan has no say. Nobody on my team has no say. There's no cheating. The judges make there's actual contractual obligation that he didn't follow, so he breached. He was supposed to wear a rainbow patch on his shorts. He didn't. And he's going to have to pay $100,000 for that. Like, he can't speak about anything, money, how much he got paid or whatnot. And we asked him to retract his statements, and he didn't. We gave him some time. We didn't want to do it. Now we're going to do it. So, yeah, we tried. We tried working with him and WACC, and they weren't really. And they didn't want to work with us, so sucks. But yeah, we tried. I literally wanted to pay him.
So again, I keep telling y'all about doing business with these folks, right? Now, Aiden Ross to me is flexing his muscles. Aiden Ross is trying to make him apologize for the statement that he made. You apologize at once. If not, I'ma hide behind this small hat. But you definitely gonna apologize. You Negroes gonna get in line. Right? I can come over here and I can cosplay off y'all culture. I can do all those things. But if I ever get in the grease with y'all and get hot, I'm gonna run back to mine. And we're gonna see who has the more powerful culture. And that's what he's doing. He's telling I ain't paying y'all nothing. Right? He's trying to find all kinds of loopholes where he can get at Blueface for not playing. Now he start talking about the shorts and everything, but they just had a W Supremacist on there, a guy that promotes that 1945 Germany stuff, 1940s Germany stuff. They just had that dude on there doing all those salutes and everything, but they still paid him, right? But he got a problem with Blueface.
We can say what we want now, Chad, but we're just gonna go back and watch the punch ratio. I'll definitely never fight on brand risk again. Just based on Adin's business skills. Oh, Aiden, my bad, Aiden.
Aiden already been telling him, bro, these fucking judges suck game, man.
It's not. Boxing is the sport comes with losses. How much did I make on the fight? Oh, I ain't gonna tell you how much I made, but I'll tell you that I made over 200,000. I'll let you guess from there. And that's just for the fight. That's not even including nothing else. So it's definitely a celebration, chat.
So now we all know that WAC 100 is Blueface lawyer. He negotiated this contract. So he knows that the stipulations that ADIN Ross is trying to use now to not pay them is all garbage. He knows it is garbage. And WAC 100 is pissed, right? But again, y'all want to be over there with them W's and want to do business with them. He don't like the fact that he made that statement. Now, Blueface said that he was supposed to get paid over $300K, right? He don't want to pay him now because he's saying that he didn't have the shorts on. He wasn't representing the brand. They wasn't doing all this. So WAC 100 came and said this.
So 9:15, y'all tune in. Sorry I had to come to this, but 100 some YouTube channel, the truth about ADIN Ross and the boxing match, right? And his sexual advances at people. Hate to say it, but he tried his bully tactics, and I guess he thought we was gonna go street, and we kept it corporate. ADIN, nothing in the contract supports what you're talking about. We'll play the long game, but I want you to tell the people on how you tried to use your Jewish ties for whatever reason, as if I had a problem with you being Jewish, and how you continue to make sexual advances at me. Just the other day, after I asked you time and time again, can you please respect that I'm a straight man? You know we got the content.
So WAC 100 is insinuating that this dude is LGBTQ, and he was making passes at him, right? So he come and he says, bro, I'm old monies. You think it's funny. It's not. I do not do bad business. But again, everybody has his day. I've been doing this for a long, long time. I ain't them. I would never allow this to happen to anybody on my watch that I claim was my friend ever, right? So he came, you know, so ADIN Ross is mocking him, right? Because ADIN Ross don't take him serious, right? So ADIN Ross came back and then he said, he said, my guy, I'm not GAY. I don't fear no community because I have no partners and friends amongst them all. He said, bro, you know I'm silent. Nobody gonna come to Compton and bless these communities. We got so much blank to do to save the world. So he just started talking a whole bunch of he just talking a whole bunch of just gibberish crap, right? Right? And then he says, ADIN Ross says, I'm gay. Are you rejecting me because I'm white, Jewish, and gay? Wow. An anti-Semite, homophobe, disgusting, right? So now he starts to troll and hide behind that, right? So then, man, this thing is real crazy, real goofy, man. I just these people, right? Then he says, no, I said I'm not gay. You keep saying we should kiss. I'm letting you know as a straight man, I'm not gay. I don't kiss men, right? So this is what WAC 100 is saying. And what you don't know is I have many friends and business partners amongst the gay community. That tactic doesn't work with me. Try again. Please take that approach. I don't think that you know me very well, right? So WAC is basically letting them know, like we're not even playing them kind of games, right? I'm the street guy with a transgender show. Don't work, bro. Too many of my friends are part of that community. My real friends, right? So he's basically letting them know you're not gonna be able to do that, right? You ain't gonna be able to do that, right? Now calling nothing, he knows what he's doing. Your lawyer is a bit scared, in my opinion, allegedly. I believe in my opinion, I have the strong position. Okay. You keep think he's scared. You're new to this, not me. What do you rate me? So now he's trolling with a whole bunch of that LGBT funny style LGBT talk, and then he posts his image with his with his friends. Okay, what do you rate me? 1 to 10. I'm a nice Jewish white kid, right? So he posts, then he goes and he posts this image to be smart. I don't know why anybody would deal with him ever again, but WAC 100 wasn't finished.
And what ADIN said about Doechii and what Blueface said about ADIN. You guys tell me if you heard Blueface ever say rain bet or brand risk, and if all he did was isolate it to ADIN as his opinion. And then I'll walk it down and I'll play some things that may have provoked Blueface to believe these things. So for this to be his opinion. I'm waiting for legal to give me a right to put the contract up so you guys can read it for yourself. I have text messages of ADIN asking me to ask Blueface to lie about certain things. And I denied it. I said, no, that ain't happening. I didn't even tell my client. I didn't even relay it to my client that this man wanted him to lie about certain things. Why he wants him to lie about certain things, I have no idea. I have zero idea. But for whatever reason, he wanted him to give an apology and say things like, I don't think Rain Bet rigged the fight, when Blueface never once said, never uttered Rain Bet or brand risk rigged anything. Actually, in 2 or 3 different clips, he gave shout out to Rain Bet. But he isolated ADIN and said, ADIN, you. And I'm going to show you in a minute why he isolated it to ADIN. He never, as far as Blueface know, ADIN's, he's no different than anybody else, that's marketing and promoting something. And, they...
Listen, if y'all ain't learned y'all lesson with dealing with this dude, he like to say the N-word. Now he's talking about he's LGBT. We know, he's a self-proclaimed racist. He's saying all this stuff himself, right? Stay away from these people, man. But I'm not gonna say everybody, but he's just a bad guy. Stay away from him. I'm not gonna use the term these people. Stay away from him. He's not a good person, man. He's not a good human being at all, right? But again, this is what happens when you get in the grease with a lot of those folks, man, over there, man. Where they shady business practices over the years, man. But y'all gotta let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time, peace.
Yo, make sure y'all tune in to All Viral Access Media, man. Make sure y'all subscribe. Let's get it. Let me just play a little bit of this. Oh, hold on. I think I skipped it. Hold on. Right here. There's more videos, but I can't really play too much. I'm just I know that shit stink. I know that shit smell like, oh my God. You know the air there, that shit smell like the ocean to them. Like it smell like a potpourri to them niggas. Okay, them niggas, that whole state stink. I'ma leave that one right there. But let's listen to the women. I can't play it. This is another Ooh, did you see her eat her own? This is an African family. Woo! Ah! Woo! Crazy. I'm gonna go to the ladies. Those are bars, but look at this shit.
All these goddamn Africans, man. Look at these motherfuckers here. You see this, man? Look at man. Do y'all see that? Do you see? Look at that. This little
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't skip a topic, but I forgot to give a commentary. Yeah, the hell with Aiden Ross, man, he go to hell. So I'm gonna actually play the other video I was gonna play because this was in it. This is it right here.
Check out IGZ Clothing, a foundational Black American-owned business where we offer premium quality shirts and hoodies that tell our story, from our past activists and historical figures to the music and movies that shaped our culture. But we don't just stop there. IGZ Clothing is built for everyone who lives, breathes, and moves with culture. We bring you bold, high-quality designs that speak to your passions, from pop culture and hip-hop to sports fans, anime lovers, comic collectors, horror enthusiasts, gamers, and more. IGZ Clothing was created with purpose and intention. Every design carries meaning. Every garment is made to stand out. This brand is for the thinkers, the creators, the rebels, and the culture shifters who refuse to blend in or be watered down. We believe clothing is more than fabric. It's expression, identity, and confidence you wear every day. Whether you're honoring your roots, celebrating your favorite fandom, or simply stepping out in style, IGZ Clothing has something that matches your energy. From powerful cultural graphics that honor our history to premium streetwear inspired by anime, comics, music, sports, and gaming, IGZ connects the past, present, and future of culture in one bold collection. This isn't just apparel, it's art, pride, and legacy stitched into every piece. It's for those who know who they are, where they come from, and where they're headed. So when you step out, don't just wear anything. Wear something that speaks for you. Wear something that represents your story, your passion, and your power. IGZ Clothing. Wear your story, own your culture, stand on your legacy. Welcome back to the Unapologetic Truth. Today we're going to be talking about the hidden festival in Delta, Nigeria, called Orozo, right? So this is a festival that they've been hiding away, and somebody finally got footage of it, and now it's all come out into the open, right? The king or whatever he is, he's like, I didn't know about this festival, but you've been, the reigning monarch there for 20 years or so. Like, how do you not know what goes on in your own kingdom? That's how we know that when we have these discussions with Nigerians and other Africans, they don't know their history, because if you don't know what you're running and what's going on, why are you there? What is the point? Right? He's like, how do I not know about this? Bro, you know about it. You sanctioned it, right? I've been actually trying to look up how long this so-called festival been going on. Some people say decades. Some people say it's actually been going on way longer than that, right? But it's something that they're so ashamed of. They don't want the world to know. You even got some Nigerians, whether on TikTok X, or just in general, just spazzing out like, I didn't know about this, just because you're in America. So yeah, you're not gonna know about this. But if you was back home, I'm pretty sure you'll be very, very much aware of this and what's going on back home. Right? That's why you gotta go back home so that you can see what's going on with your country. That's the reason why we want you. One of the reasons why we want you to go back home, right? Stop telling us what to do. Take yourself back there and do better there. As you can see, you guys got a huge graping culture that's gone on for I have no idea, bro. But 7 days, any woman caught outside, it is a wrap for you. I've had video footage of women getting touched and everything like that, but I'm not gonna put that on YouTube. No. I'm not gonna do that. But if you like, I can put it on my Discord and go check it out there, But yeah, that is just insane to me. The fact that these guys had a hidden festival that lasted for 7 days. 7 days and 7 nights. What does that remind you of, right? But they turned the whole thing around and twisted it upside down. I'm like, God, jeez, these people, man. So anyway, you got people passing out across the board, right? People who find, like, just recently finding out about it. It's like, wait, they got a what? Like, this is disgusting. This is horrible. Oh my God, save the women. You got one guy is like, the Nigerian women are slaves. They are slaves. Okay, we must help our women. The difference is when you say this, you're acknowledging that you guys are still caught in the Middle Age or something, or just further back, right? It's like you're here in the future with us, but you're still back there. And if you don't know, Nigeria and other African countries, whatever, they still practice slavery. Yes, they still practice a form of slavery. Yes, so there is that little tidbit to add there. So don't be shocked, when you find out that these people have these type of festivals and type of events going on, and they want to keep it to themselves, but at the same time trying to badmouth you and tell you what to do. And they got a 7-day event going on. It's shameful and tacky. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, we're going to react to some of these videos because there's a lot of people who got a lot to say about this Orozo festival that their little monarch doesn't even know about, and he's been there for 20 years. So who knows how long it's been going on, right? And he's a man, of course, right? And this is against women. So I'm pretty sure if it was a woman, she would know what's going on. But hey, he's a dude. What does he know, right? All he knows is that, all right, I'm gonna let this one go this year. You got what I want? Of course, because that's how Nigerians work. Even if you're a monarch, if they want something and you give them, they let anything slide. So I'm pretty sure they prepared. Like, there is no tomorrow to pay this guy off so that they can have their 7-day event of madness. But anyway, without further ado, please like, comment, subscribe. We are going to get into this one.
Time we try.
You don't answer the question. Also, you are supposed to answer the question. Did you come to tell me? No, sir. Sit down. Did you tell the president? I just can't explain what happened at this time.
So basically, the king claims to be unaware of the existence of such festival, despite being on the throne for over 20 years. There's also another video of a community leader stating that anybody that's been caught harassing any girl should be brought to the court to justice.
Orozo is outside. You want to take laws into your hand. By the law of that government, it doesn't say you pursue one guy. Take and say you don't defend yourself, go fall on your own. So Orozo not support any evil. And Orozo not get that tradition. Go Nigerian students!
But the follow-up for this kind of cases, it's very trapped or wanted. But here's where it gets even more concerning. Since the video dropped, and from the videos we can see, only 4 people have been arrested so far, including the chief priest and the other co-organizers of this festival. Meanwhile, over 500 women have come out to protest this act. A few public figures have also spoken up to condemn it as well. The truth is, this festival, if we can call it that, was never meant to be exposed in the first place. It was supposed to stay hidden, normalized, and ignored. Because the first video from Orozo that we saw was just the boy that was mocking the girls that happened to be the victim of this sexual assault. But social media did what it knows to do best. It brought light to the situation, and for that, we are grateful. However, beyond the outrage, I have not seen any real post-traumatic care for the victims. The government says they will step in, but how? Will there be mental health support? Will there be psychological support? Will there be physiological support? Will there be actual justice for the victims of this act? We really don't know. And if we're being honest, this is Nigeria. A lot of things get swept under the rug. A lot of promises get made and nothing happens. But this time, we'll keep watching. If any updates come on the case, I'll try my best to bring it to you. We hope justice comes to the victim.
I am the daughter, somebody's wife.
You know, a lot of women's plans, if the apocalypse happens, is to just off themselves. You want to know why? Because we know there are barely laws right now to protect us. Imagine what happens when there's no laws. I am one of those women. I have no plans on ever sticking around if shit goes left, because I know immediately what's going to happen. And it's currently happening in Nigeria. There is a festival apparently where for 7 days, women are encouraged to stay indoors, because if they don't, they get assaulted. There are men on the prowl looking for any woman on the street. Doesn't matter what she's on the street for. She could be going to the hospital because she's sick. She could be getting something for her child. She might be going to work to provide for her children. Doesn't matter. If she's outside within those 7 days, fair game for her. Some people are saying it's cultural. Some people are saying this is not, cultural and this has nothing to do with the actual tradition. Doesn't matter, because it's the fact that there are enough of them that will do this. And to anybody that's about to say, oh, Nigeria has been like this, no, this is not a Nigeria problem. This is not just a Nigeria problem. This is an all over the world problem. We just recently were talking about the women in South Africa, where 1 out of 2 women are being assaulted. And there is a gang apparently in South Africa that has an initiation where to enter the gang, you have to go assault a woman. In Afghanistan, they just made it legal to just beat on your wife. Just the law said, go ahead. We watched a bunch of Somali men cry when the age limit was raised to 18 and then they took that away, and now child marriage is still allowed. Oh, in America, you have a pedo as president, so don't even think you're free from this. And currently in ICE detention centers, both for women and young girls, the young girls are getting pregnant. How does that happen? Oh, we all know. The women are getting assaulted. Last year, there was a text message group chat of over 70,000 men, and it was them just discussing how to do this to their friends, families, and loved ones, just casually amongst each other. 70,000. The solution is simple, in my opinion. Start offing them. There's literally no other solution that I can think of, because there's no laws that protect women. There's no culture, religion that protects women. There's literally nothing that will protect women, and it will come down to us protecting us. Honestly, at this point, I have no words.
So there's more information now. There's more information about this traditional great festival going on in the Orozo community in Delta State, Nigeria. So already I've done a video where they assault anybody who is a woman, anybody, just random. So apparently, it's 7 days, definitely 7 days of assaulting women. They tell them to stay in the house, but apparently they break into the homes. Apparently they break into the homes and assault the woman also. Okay, so what the flip is wrong with these rabid dogs? Okay, who call themselves men? And then on top of that, there's a recording of, I guess, the king of Orozo or the community, right? And they're videotaping him addressing the situation. That's all bull crap, because if this thing has been going on for decades and you're gonna sit up there on that freaking golden little throne or whatever, and you're acting like you didn't know, who got people answering you or whatever, you need to be dethroned because you obviously can't handle it. I'm sorry. But to get on there to my, oh, this is embarrassing. I heard him say something about it's an embarrassment and everything. Cause guess what? There was a lady on here talking about some, they tried to keep it secret. So it's a secret within, I guess, the community, because a lot of people in Nigeria have never, a lot of people in the other parts of Nigeria have not heard of it apparently. But yeah, they tried to keep this a secret. It happens every year. Y'all freaking torturing women over there, women in that community every freaking year. What is wrong with y'all? And then on top of that, there's also information about the deity. So it all started because on my other video, I was talking about it was a deity or whatever. So another girl who was actually from there, I heard her say that it's a deity. Back in the day or whatever, some kind of god of fertility, okay? And they would freaking just, I guess, sleep with whoever, right? And anyway, so now for 7 days on a fertility grape festival where these men just run rampant and assault women, girls. Who the flip knows? Mothers. Let me say it like this: they go and assault mothers, daughters, aunts, your cousins. They just go and do it. Grandmothers. If you're a girl, if you're a female. You know what really disgusted me, because who the flip they think stupid? You sit up there on that freaking, this right here pisses me off even more. When you sit up there on that freaking golden little throne like you somebody, and then you pretend to act like, oh, why is this going on? Oh, why is this going on? You are the freaking king. You know why the flip is going on. To act like all surprised and junk. And they sitting up in there like, what? You sitting in there while these dudes run around assaulting all the women for 7 days and laughing about it, or pretending you don't even know, or you can't do anything about it. The flip? Why you can't do anything about it? I got plenty ways you can do something about it. Plenty ways you can do something about it. You're not doing anything about it because you sit up there and you let it happen. You want the junk to happen because of some stupid idol deity talking about fertility. I hope you get this message. I hope you get this message. And women, protect yourselves by any means necessary. I heard that a couple was separated and they assaulted the man too. And then there's this video. This guy right here. I'm gonna stitch it. You can watch it or whatever. But this guy right here in this video is talking about some tradition is tradition. Tradition is tradition. The whole problem with what's going on over there in the Orozo community in Delta State, Nigeria, is that grape is not supposed to be a tradition. And if it is, your tradition is evil, horrible, it's horrific, it's disgusting. Y'all act like wild animals, if that's what you call a tradition, in that community. I want to make sure I say in that community. But there was another guy, and I'm going to put his video up. Y'all watch this right here.
with the video when they circulate concerning this Orozo grape matter, so I'm not know if Nafi permits me to say women are slaves in Africa, women are slaves in Nigeria, because this African tradition that we all are bowing to were made not in favor of women. They were all made in favor of men, and not just men, wicked men. I want to ask, are there laws that protect women in Nigeria? Are there laws that protect women? Because with so many things, women are actually slaves in Nigeria. Come to think of it, why can't women rule? Why can't women lead? If a woman can train 8 children to school and graduate without the presence of the husband, probably maybe the man died or something, why can't they rule? Now, if I come outside the talk saying our boys they cause all these great things, una go say I they talk out of point, una go say I they talk different things. Come to think of it, in a country where grape is not legal, there is a tradition that says boys can easily come out of the street and start raping women, girls. Come on, women are slaves in Africa. 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 Hashtag women are slaves in Africa. Everybody, if you're a woman and you have gone through 1 or 2 things that you can't say it out, this is an opportunity for you to start saying it. Hashtag women are slaves in Africa. Hashtag women are slaves in Africa. Let's go.
Just like I said in another video, when they were talking about there is no slavery across Africa, this man right here just verifies that junk, okay? He said that, yes, the women are slaves. In every sense of the word. People like to argue or change the narrative or put another word on it or spin it as oh, this is tradition or this is culture, and they'll rename it. Just like I said in another video, they'll rename it. And then convince these women or convince these people that, oh, this is just culture. This is just tradition. No, the flip is not. It's freaking crazy. That's what the flip it is. It's freaking psycho. And then they'll spin another narrative or create some kind of deity. Some idol, some stupid idol, some dumb junk that makes no freaking sense. And then they'll try to play it off like, oh, it makes a lot of sense, or because my forefathers did it and they kept doing it, so we're gonna keep doing it. Instead of using your freaking brain and saying that's dumb, let's stop doing it. Just mindlessly following ignorant traditions. Mindlessly. And this goes for anyone who's mindlessly following ignorant traditions and then rename it into something else and say, oh, we do this because, all lies. Then they'll say, this is, oral tradition. Do you know oral tradition can lie? Lies come out of the mouth. Some sick, twisted person can say, oh, well, we've been doing this for a long time. To the newer generations, we've been doing this for a very, very long time. Has anybody ever heard that's a lie, or maybe we shouldn't do that anymore? And the whole situation is when we saw all these guys running around assaulting these ladies, right? Just running around assaulting these ladies. I didn't see any group of guys stopping it. So just because you weren't participating in it does not mean that you aren't just like them. Because if you sit there and you just let the junk happen in your face, and you can go up there and stomp some heads, okay? You're just like them. You're rapists too. Oh, well, because I heard that dumb king talking about some, I'm not a part. I'm not a part of it. You're not a part. Yes, you are. You're the freaking king. You're not a part of it. Yes, you are. You ain't doing nothing about it. Your whole staff, whatever you call them people, it's freaking disgusting. And then you see all these young boys, you know, that's the whole reason the true Almighty God got rid of. You wonder why fire came down from the, you wonder why with Sodom and Gomorrah fire came down. Now you know. Because what? From the young to the old, running around, assaulting mostly women, and then you're assaulting the men too. Anyone who gets in your way. Sounds a lot like Sodom and Gomorrah. Sounds a lot like it. Tell the truth, shame the devil. Tell the truth, shame the devil. But these devils out here running around assaulting women, they act like they not shamed. The flip.
I want to say this right now. To all my Black Americans who are delineating, keep on the fight, all right? But I'm not here to talk about that, okay? I want to say this. At this point, I'm crashing out with the facts, and I'm calling out everybody, all right? Everybody who got something going on in their country, but got something to say about Black Americans delineating, oh, I got something for everybody. Everybody's going to get their stuff ready. But for today, we're going to talk about the Nigerians, all right? Every single Nigerian or surrounding countries around Nigeria, now I don't know exactly who that is. Could be Kane, I don't know. But y'all bunch of cowards. Y'all come here and y'all stay, but you don't have enough balls to go back to your country and fix it. Let me tell y'all something. They're having right now a grape festival. Yeah, y'all should look at those videos. A grape festival. Any female out on site is getting raped. Y'all would not believe it. There's a bunch of young men or older men who are, and I'm not saying it's all of them, but I would say about 80% of them are rushing these females, stripping their clothes off. All right? And, you know, in Nigeria, some parts it's common to be raped. Okay? But you know, and they thought it was okay, you know, that it makes it better because you know, whoever the governor, city, whatever is telling them, you know, women don't be at a certain time and out at a certain time. If you are, you're getting raped. It's a grape festival, and y'all not trying to stop this, do nothing. Y'all not listen. There's enough of y'all with enough money in this country to put something together, go over there with some mercenaries, get stuff in order. Don't stop talking about what's going on here, about what we're doing, if you can't even go back to your country and fix it. That's number one. Number two, all right, and I'm probably going to say this every video, to all those Black women, all right, Black women, American women, whatever, who got something to say about Black men, saying that, oh, Black men will protect Black women, or this country, I should be able to do what I want to do, or this country, I should be able to wear what I want to wear at night. You know, listen, you're in a country of freedom, okay? You're not being suppressed, all right? Do you understand what some of these women go through in some of these countries? They go through hell. And y'all complain about nothing. Like, seriously, y'all complain about dating a guy, because he don't make enough money. Y'all complain about a guy don't want to be with you because you got too many kids. Y'all complain about a guy don't want to be with me because I'm too big. Oh, y'all complain about a guy don't want to be with me because I'm too big. Listen, man, listen. These women are going through hell. They will gladly trade places with you and submit, and just being a femininity. You know what I'm saying? You have no room to complain. Listen. Y'all have no room to complain. These women, literally, a lot of these women in some of these countries get raped on a daily basis. Listen, and some of them just be walking on the street, minding their business, going to the store, and out of nowhere. And here's my thing. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that this is we need to be thankful for how our country is. All right, to stop making a mountain out of molehill. Okay. I'm just saying. But yeah, all you Nigerians, zip it.
I'm calling all the ranchers to spread awareness about this. So in Orozo, there's a graping festival that goes on for 7 days. And if any man finds a woman in those 7 days, he grapes her. There's no laws to protect her. It's actually a fucking culture and traditional in Nigeria. Well, it has actually been going on for years, and the women there accepted it. They're hiding in their house, doors and windows locked. If any man sees them, they will get raped. So please, I beg you, share, like, or comment on this video. Every interaction helps. Judy out.
It's great Nigerian students. Great. Following our publication yesterday to the general student community of Delta State, especially the students of Southern Delta University, Orozo, regarding the case of students being harassed, molested in Aurora Kingdom. We have, of today, visited Aurora Kingdom, and by the grace of God, we've been able to meet with the king of Aurora Kingdom, the leadership of NANS, Joint Campus Council, Delta State ASIS, the zonal representatives are also here, sent by the zonal coordinator. And of course, we have the student union government led by Comrade Precious and the Dean of Student Affairs, here representing the management of the Southern Delta University. Today we've come for fact findings. We've been able to go around the students that were affected by the incident. We've gone to the hospital to check that they are very fine and okay. But coming to the palace, the king has assured us that the perpetrators will be brought to book. And as a matter of fact, right in front of us, the organizers of the festival, the said festival, which was not intended to be a festival of rape, but rather a festival to bless barren women, as they've been arrested right in front of us by the divisional police headquarters here in Aurora Kingdom. So we want to assure every well-meaning student of this our great state, Delta State, that our students are safe, and the king has assured us, alongside the President General of this kingdom, that going forward, whatever happens in this kingdom, the students will be well communicated to.
For this, every day, that was, you were telling people about what is going to happen on the 19th. And what will happen on the 19th? That no lady should come out at 4 o'clock in the evening when they are returning. When they are returning, yes. Because when lady comes out, what happens? Nothing. What are you stupid about saying? Are you crazy, sir? Yesterday, before they left the police for that, and they have their station, which they pass the tap. They started going from tap and go to the bush. They passed through the Sogo Youth House. That will go to council and change to our community. They don't feel the express.
Okay, sit down. You know this what you are telling me. Now, on the world, stand up. This so-called festival, is it traditional? Also, traditional. Good. Who is the head of traditional in this town? Since the king. Fine. If you come to us, it is dead. No!
So Nigeria, do you want to come to the front? Or Zoro people, do you want to explain exactly what's going on with this entire festival where y'all are out here raping women in public? You're this boy Youngstar 63 Fat Jack at the DJ. I need you to like, comment, follow, share, and get into this. And now explain to me, because I got a whole 304 talk I'm gonna do on this. Is this why y'all come here and haggle? Like, why do y'all have no respect for the female body at all? I do not get it. For some people who are so anti-LGBTQ, y'all definitely don't love the kitty cat. There are videos circulating on the internet so intense that we can't even put them on TikTok. You gotta go over to Twitter, X, to go watch that. Y'all already know Twitter, X, that's the Wild Wild West. You can play anything on that platform. You gotta go to these videos and see women being chased, dragged through the streets, essayed, raped in public while other men are cheering them on. Like this is a different level of mob mentality. Like, I have a daughter, the whole country. Boom, boom, everybody gonna die. I don't understand it. Like, what I don't understand is how there's a whole nother side of the country who knows this is happening and y'all ain't doing nothing. Like, what is going on? Everybody acting like, yo, we don't know. They spoke to the chief of the Azorus. He's like, I didn't know these things were happening. What? You didn't know they were happening right under your nose, but yet the entire world has seen the video. I don't understand. Make it make sense. Nigeria, to the front. Explain. Like, I'm really talking to you in the comments. Y'all start letting me know what's up. I'm not from Africa. Do you now understand why Black Americans are telling you to call us Black Americans and not Africans? Because y'all see stuff like that and then y'all blame every single dark-skinned person in the planet and think that we have a culture like that. That's not cool. None of them dudes is welcome to the barbecue. None of them dudes can come over here and pull that shit off in front of us. We will stop living mud holes out of you. Bro, let me find out you even related to an Orozo, and I find out you don't disclose it. You don't come out and say that y'all not with this. Let me find out. Burner Boy, what you got to say? What the Igbo saying about this? Somebody come explain. We need to know. We need to know. Because y'all love to get in our business. So put us on the yours. What's up?
It is so sad. It is so devastating, guys. That Orozo video. In 2026, are we still keeping such culture that is so demeaning to women? Hey God, guys, did you see the number of men, boys dragging those two ladies? Hey, no, like they dehumanized those girls. Something like that is not supposed to be happening in this 2026. And it's the fact that either the village chief or whatever released a letter addressing the stupid situation and trying to make an excuse for it. If a woman is not fertile, or if a woman does not have a child or is childless as it may be, is that the best thing you guys think you are going to do to get her to have a child or to start having children? No, that particular culture is so barbaric. It is so devastating. It is something that is so terrible. It is so terrible. Women are not supposed to be going through such things. For crying out loud, without a woman, this world will not exist. This world will not exist. We are the passage through which life comes into this world, and yet women are treated so badly. It is so annoying. It is so irritating to see that women do not have that safety even in this 2026 that we are in. What is our offense? Is it a crime being a woman in the world of today? You guys, leave us alone now. Leave us alone.
Have you heard about what is happening in the Orozo community in Delta State, Nigeria, where they are having festival of grape? Either you are women, teenagers, once you step out of your house, you will be raped just because you have to talk. And those guys, they are like hundreds of them, screaming, shouting, energized that they are in search of Toto. I wonder who raised these people. I wonder who raised them. The community is doomed. The community is dead. This is so bad. Nobody on earth can go through this shame and that person will be normal in life. No. It's like taking life away from someone. And this is so bad. And we are shouting about bad government. We are shouting here and there. And the truth is, the community, the governments are the reflection of the community. They are the reflection of the people that voted for them. This is calling for justice. This is so bad. In fact, I fear for what these people will become in the future. I really want you people to go and watch it. Just watch the video. Because you will see that in the future, I don't know what they might become. I know it will be worse anyway. Like, I'm so sure that it will be worse. But this video is not about them. It's about justice. Justice should be served. Justice, it should be served. People should come out. This is calling for justice. This must not go unpunished. They should be punished by law. They should be punished. They should face the wrath of judgment. They should face it.
Delta State Government of Nigeria, whichever section is in charge of the Orozo town or jurisdiction. What the hell is a grape festival? Why do we have a tradition that glorifies and permits an illegal act of rape upon women? Why? What is this tradition? I don't even want to know why the freak it exists, but it is illegal in the law, which people are all aware of. Where are the culprits? When are they going to be brought to book? Okay, I heard you have arrested those who are organized, those who organized it. The fact that this was even organized without the king's approval, why is this even a thing? We need the culprits brought to book, because the Orozo women cannot just suffer in vain. They cannot just suffer in vain. God, this is the 21st century, 2026 for that matter. Why do we still have this barbaric act ongoing? Is this how degenerate Nigeria has become?
I do realize that what's going on right now in Nigeria and the Great Festival, that is how white Americans literally get their pornography from sick shit like that, and then they keep it. That's why also Caucasian and white people in general, they have the most pornography at a high analytic than Black and Mexican people. If you don't believe me, go on Twitter and do your research. You could even Google this shit. And in that same sense, a lot of them get killed after too. They don't just survive from that. And they're just leaving out their homes, going to the grocery store, going to a park, doing what any normal person would do on a daily basis. And then to be gaslighted just because you went outside of your home to do something that you normally do every day is diabolical.
Hello, everyone. I'm sure we have seen the issue that's been happening, the festival happening in Orozo, Delta State, Nigeria, where there is a culture or a practice where for 7 good days, that's a whole week, they say they are celebrating a festival where women are not advised to come outdoors, and if you come out, you would be harassed, assaulted, or you will be raped. Now, my problem with this is that this is something that's been happening for generations, and as an activist or somebody who is so passionate about females, it is very disturbing that this was even created in the first place. And the fact is that we still keep coming back to the conversation of the fact that females are not angry enough. Let's be frank, we are not angry enough, because this kind of act should have been condemned from the very beginning. It should never have even been allowed to happen, because these are women or females who would need to go out and make a living. They are the ones providing for the families. They are the ones putting food on the table, because some so-called gender who claim that they are the providers actually don't even do the actual work. This one, you come for me. I'm here for you people. Now, not to mar the whole thing and make it look like I'm the quote-unquote bitter, angry feminist that I've always been, which I'm proud of course. I am here to have this conversation because we have made the matter normalized. We have normalized rape as a culture. We have normalized assault and harassment and abuse as part of us. It's not normal. Because explain to me why something like this has happened and you can still see individuals defending this barbaric act, and you keep thinking about the fact that this is a father, this is a nephew, this is a brother, this is an uncle who definitely has females as family members, and you are thinking about it, you are trying to wrap your head around it. It's not making sense. So please, I want to put this out to everybody. Where we are, of course, where I am, I'll always relate it to where I am. Are we angry enough about the fact that there are more than 200 defilement cases currently in the DOFSO office that have been stalled or stopped because of insufficient evidence, unnecessary begging and pleading from community members and chiefs? Yes, these are cases that should have been handled and cleared a long time ago, but they are stuck at that office because somebody decided that being a family is more important than seeking justice for a survivor. Now, I'm not here to condemn, I'm not here to shout, I'm not here to talk plenty, but what I want to pass my message across, or what I want to say, is that when I start talking and when I start making my points, if I see one single person that comes to say rubbish or nonsense, I am here for you people, because honestly, I've been kind enough. I've been smiling enough. What is bad is bad. What should be condemned should be condemned. This kind of thing should not be happening in 2026. And for those who think that it cannot happen in your environment, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It can. And it probably might. It probably has been happening. But you have decided that because the fire is not in your house, it's not your business. Well, for me, as a mother, as a female, as a feminist, it is my business. And I will let everybody know categorically that anybody who tries to support this rubbish, we will come for you. We will make sure we will not just come for you in vote, we will come for you with evidence and facts. Because trust me, females, we're not angry enough.
I just watched a disturbing clip of that Orozo festival it's been trending here on TikTok. It's a festival that goes on for 1 week in Nigeria, where the men can SA or grape any woman that's caught outside during that week, because it's the tradition. It's like a cultural thing that they do in that area. And basically the guys, I'm not gonna play the clip for you guys, because honestly, so that type of stuff to me is triggering for me, especially as a person who's gone through SA. I don't want to repost that. It was basically a bunch of men that just swarmed around this one lady, and they were like grabbing her and touching her, and it was just like very disturbing to see. And obviously people are doing a lot of reactions to the not necessarily to the clips, but to the entire festival and the idea behind it, itself. But I've seen people that obviously come against it, but then I've also seen like some Nigerian men who were like, yeah, we don't agree with the grape tradition, the festival, but at the same time, if these women know that that's what we do, they know that that's a tradition, then they should have known not to come outside. And it really got me to thinking about that 154 podcast with Godfrey and Akbar. Why wouldn't you all be shedding light on these types of topics and discussing these types of topics that are so important, like this Orozo festival and the all these other toxic cultural practices and cultural traditions and festivals that go on the continent? Why would you have your podcast, call it 54, the 54 countries? You might as well just change the name at this point. Only talk about us in Black America over here and the childhood traumas from over here, and not talk about so much more important things that are relevant to what your podcast is supposed to be about. I mean, I feel so bad for the women that have to go through that, who have to living in those types of societies. And the fact that a lot of their men have no empathy for them at all, won't shed light on it, won't talk about it, try to shut them down and shut them up. Like, they don't treat their women like human beings. They treat them like animals, for real, if you really look at it. And I don't see any of these podcasters that's from over there that have platforms actually talking about any of this stuff and addressing these issues and trying to fix these issues.
No longer must be. I'm no longer must be. No longer must be. 'Cause I got my real work on. I'm no longer must be. 'Cause I got my real work on. No longer must be. 'Cause I got my real work on.
I did it again. Yeah, so that shit in Nigeria is crazy, y'all. That is some crazy shit that they got going on over there. There's a king talking about he don't know nothing about it. Yeah, right. Someone got Black Truth United gonna give us an update on the racist Asians that align with white supremacists, extremists. No, probably the last topic for this one.
(1886), and it's regarding some sharecroppers who were in Mississippi, right? Salute family, and welcome back to another video. This is Black Truth United, and today we're going to be covering a very important subject matter regarding Asians and their tendency to align with white supremacists, white extremists. Some of you might recall the video that I did a few months back regarding Latinos, and some of you even predicted the fact that I would be coming back with another video regarding the quote-unquote Asian community. Now, of course, I'll preface this by saying I'm not talking about every single Asian on planet Earth, but I will be talking about the overwhelming trends that we've seen with Asians aligning themselves with white extremists. And trust and believe, we're not the only ones who've seen this. Mass unaliver Dylan Roof, infamously after ranting about FBAs being violent, the irony speaks for itself, went on to declare that East Asians are by nature very racist and could be great allies of the white race. This is a known white supremacist, and he knew, just like the majority of us really know inside, that Asians tend to align with racist ideologies. Not talking about the exceptions to the rule. And while Dylan Roof mentioned East Asians, we know that really anyone who's classified as an Asian falls into this category, from East Indians, from some of those Central Asian countries, on into Arab countries, and all over the Pacific. Most of the time, you'll find a racist ideology, which will be aligned with white extremists. And we're going to prove that here today. But first, I want to go into some of the history regarding Asians and their interactions with suspected white supremacists. As with most history, white people or Caucasians didn't really start interacting with other groups until trade routes started being established that included them. From the Persian roads to the Silk Roads to the African and Indian Ocean trade routes, white people were largely behind other groups when they first started interacting with them. Of course, the Silk Roads led to Caucasians stealing silkworms to produce their own silk. And along the Silk Road and all the other trade routes, slaves were commonly exchanged. The Arabs especially, who were closer to the African continent, were infamous for their role in slavery. But all parties were participants, sometimes enslaving other groups, and slaves were used to build up plenty of these kingdoms. Now, over time, these trade routes evolved, but fast forwarding a good 1,000 years or so, and especially after the time of the Mongols, gunpowder was spread and reached Europe, where the Caucasians were dwelling. Of course, this changed the game. We all know the history. Once they were able to develop superior weapons, Caucasians went across all of America, Africa, Asia, conquering anything they could get their hands on. In some cases, decimating the populations of Asia, and in other cases, when they were outnumbered or faced diseases and other obstacles, they simply forced the inhabitants to establish a tribute system that was largely one-sided. Now, Japan was really the only country that was able to push back a little bit, but eventually with Matthew Perry, who was from the US, Japan was forced to reopen its ports and enter into trade agreements. Now, during this time, America was slowly becoming an imperial power, and after gaining territories like Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines, they began establishing themselves all over the world. So the US was becoming a world power, and simultaneously Japan was getting its weight up, eventually defeating Russia in the Russo-Japanese War. Japan also strategically made an alliance with Great Britain so that France wouldn't get involved in fighting against Japan and their efforts overseas. Now, that alliance only lasted until after World War I, when Japan saw a different avenue to take, one of the Nazi variety, in which they joined with white extremists against Great Britain and the other forces that were aligned at that time. There's a reason why the Japanese were given the title of honorary Aryans, which Hitler was the main one declaring. But even if you read Mein Kampf, he chalked up Japanese success to their Aryan influence, referencing the political and economic forces driving industrialization. But if you look into what really drove the industrialization in Japan, things like the railroad and the telegraph, they would never mention Brother Granville T. Woods, who was behind a lot of the groundbreaking work, advancing the telegraph system and tons of other patents, improving the railroad safety and efficiency. I guess that's what they would call Aryan influence. But I digress. Japan aligned itself with the Nazis, and yes, they did know what was going on in the internment camps. We have proof of this through a Japanese general who was stationed in Lithuania. He heard of the horrors that Germans were taking part in, and when he brought this forward to the Japanese elites, they denied him 3 different times as far as his request to get Jewish people out of that area with refugee visas. So even though he did pull some strings and save some of the refugees who had escaped the concentration camp, it wasn't out of the kindness of Japan's heart. So again, they were aligned knowingly with white extremists who were participating in ethnic genocides. They were okay with that. Of course, we know what happened with Japan. The US completely destroyed 2 of their major cities, and the war ended after some more official international discussions were made. Soon after that, the US pledged to give the Philippines their quote-unquote independence, and other European powers did as well. And many people like to reference the Japanese reparations that happened much later, which went to the Japanese in the US who were in internment camps during the war. But a lot of people fail to mention that not only was Germany rebuilt, but Japan received $15.2 billion in 2005 dollars to rebuild after the war. They didn't pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Same thing with Iraq there at the bottom. And if you go to any country, you can go to foreignassistance.gov. Brother Great Black Shark often references this. You can hit by country and search for any country that the US has been giving aid to and see that literally all these countries have had a leg up, sometimes after being openly against the U.S. in war. And of course, if you're in the B1 Rolodex, you can find foreignassistance.gov in the resources and general contact tab. But I digress. Now let's speak a little bit about the Nazis. So for those who don't know, the swastika itself does not come from Germany. It's actually Hindu in origin, meaning East Indians. It's a symbol that they use at entrances, in different ceremonies, and represents a variety of things. Even the Jewish leadership had to come out and admit that the swastika was a long-standing symbol that had been around for ages and was simply adopted by the Germans during World War II for their Nazi party. Now, you also have to keep in mind there's a reason why the Germans were comfortable adopting this symbolism. And part of it has to do with the long-standing tradition of racist East Indians who created a caste system largely based on color, favoring lighter-skinned migrants from Central Asia who were referred to as Aryans. And of course, in the middle right-hand corner, you see the different classifications from Brahmin all the way at the top to Dalit at the very bottom, who are treated as scum. So as you can see, with the Aryan nation and all this other stuff, East Indians mesh very well with racist ideologies of white extremists. And it's not just East Indians. All over Asia, you have an obsession with lighter skin. Almost all the time, lighter skin is regarded as someone of a higher status. Some argue because of the sun exposure that one gets, which indicates that he or she has been involved in manual labor. And this is extreme all over Asia, but especially in the Philippines. Mind you, early tribes in the Philippines were literally called negritos or negritos. And you have people risking their lives in the Philippines and in other countries like Arab countries to get their hands on materials to lighten their skin. And some of these products literally have thousands and thousands of times the level of mercury that they should have, leading to cancer and eventually death, all to become closer to the oppressor class. Of course, in Arab countries, you see all types of racism and marginalization of darker groups such as MYRON gangs, and you would think that this would wake up some of the darker skinned people, but many times they join with the oppressive class to discriminate against anyone who has even a slightly darker tone to them, again aligning with white supremacist ideology that white is right. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up how the Asians interacted with us when they first got to the US. Of course, some of them got to California in small quantities in the mid 1800s, but every once in a while you'd have them drift into places like Mississippi or North Carolina participating in slavery. One of the most infamous examples are the conjoined Bunker twins, who owned a for-profit plantation exploiting FBAs for labor. And while they themselves couldn't participate in the Civil War, their sons were among the few Asians who did fight for the Confederacy to preserve slavery and to break off from the Union. But to be fair, they're the exception to the rule. They weren't too many Asian slave owners during that time period, but they certainly did get involved when it came to sharecropping. Now, I want you to read the last two paragraphs with me regarding the Chinese who entered into the Mississippi Delta. This will tell us a lot of how they were used against us to benefit white supremacy. Chinese immigrants entered the Mississippi Delta in the 1860s and 70s, when white upper-class plantation owners were recruiting Chinese workers as a way to displace black labor. Asians have historically been used to displace black labor. In the wake of emancipation, Chinese immigrants were used to replace the black labor force and increase the power and wealth of white plantation owners. This pattern of using Asian Americans as a wedge between white and black groups is a process known as racial triangulation. And then the last sentence gets into some fluffy fairy tale babble. I'll read it, but then I'll debunk it pretty soon. Chinese and black laborers were pitted against each other in sugarcane plantations, but the characters in sugar rejected these pressures and instead showed racial solidarity. Now, of course, that's BS. We know that the Chinese stick to themselves, but I'm going to show you a clip from a good documentary that I recommend everyone watches called The Heritage of Slavery. This is 1986, and it's regarding some sharecroppers who were in Mississippi right after slavery. They tell their experience regarding how the Asians treated them. Oh yeah, we're going there. Before I play this clip, I want to say that this is fair use, fair use.
Work hard. He work hard.
I worked hard. I get up at 4 o'clock and get my breakfast done. Just at dawn of day, I go to the field and we pick cotton.
Mr. and Mrs. Haywood Jenkins of Sharkey County, Mississippi have, between them, picked cotton for over a century.
My boss man came along. He says, Ray Jane? I said, sir. I say, when you wash? I said, I washed last night. He said, I don't want you to do that no more. That's my agent, you know. He says, every Friday morning or Friday evening, you wash. And let all the children stay there with you until you get through. When you get through, then y'all can go back to the field and wait. Now, the agents was mean, some of them. Some of them was mean. Some of them was mean.
Yes, you heard it from this elder. The Asians were mean to them. Some of them were mean. This doesn't sound like some fantasyland racial solidarity. Let her continue.
You want to whoop the colored people. You want to whoop the colored people.
The Asians wanted to whip colored people. Hell, we saw one example of a slave owner who was Asian. So we have an idea of what they would do if they ever obtained the level of wealth to have a slave. But listen to what this ancestor says regarding what they would have done. She shows the true spirit of a foundational Black American. Let her tell you.
And that time, the white man come along. He says, hey, but you ain't in the field yet? He just had started applying. He said, yes, I've just not had to eat my dinner. God damn it, you ain't doing a goddamn thing. Says, God damn it, I ought to take this damn stick and free the hell out you. He said, no, she said, if you free the hell out of me, goddamn, I free the hell out of you. Make me feel bad if I was under them, you know, how mean they was to treat us like that.
So as you heard, whether it was the Caucasian or the Asian, we would have fought back. And the Asians were historically aligned with white supremacists to oppress us. This is why, while I did enjoy certain aspects of the movie, Sinners, I didn't like how they tried to paint a fairy tale story of some kind of minority coalition. As Brother Black Alpha has declared, it's a minority no-alition. It's always been one-sided. I mean, let's really examine how Asians treated us versus how we treated them. Remember, just like every other group that has come to the U.S., the Irish, the Italians, the Polish, everyone was bullied when they first got over into some form of whiteness. But the Chinese couldn't quite do that because they didn't have some of the obvious features of the white supremacist. Now, some of them did classify themselves as white. We'll touch on that a little bit later on. But for the most part, they were referred to as yellow, hence why they had something called the yellow peril, which was used to blame a lot of the problems, especially in the western portion of the U.S., on the Chinese. And this is in the late 1800s, early 1900s mainly. This is also when you had the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. But more than anything, you had white supremacists all across the areas where the Chinese were, especially in places like Idaho, Utah, certain parts of Washington, etc., kicking out the Chinese from those areas. And so where did all these Chinese people go who were kicked out of these areas? And the answer is, as you may have guessed, mostly where foundational Black Americans resided, establishing Chinatowns where they wouldn't receive the same backlash they received when trying to directly deal with the white supremacist. In other words, they got up under us for protection. Also, you had our leaders like Frederick Douglass fighting against the unjust laws that were targeting them at the time. And he's not the only FBA who fought on behalf of the Asian community. You had David Fagan, who was a Buffalo soldier who defected from the army in hopes of saving the Filipinos from experiencing the same genocidal fate that he had seen occur in the U.S. and other territories. You see, it's always been us upholding a one-sided alliance against people who have a tendency of aligning themselves with white supremacists. You had Muhammad Ali, who went against the Vietnam War efforts, famously stating that no Viet Cong ever called him the N-word, and I've already showed in previous videos proof that they in fact were calling us the N-word. In fact, they were also calling us monkeys in the midst of our soldiers being on the ground, saving them. And if you don't believe me, let me play a clip of those soldiers who were over serving in Vietnam and their experience with the Vietnamese. Fair use, fair use.
They come over here, a Vietnamese girl, she called me a nigga, a Vietnamese girl. I know it's not part of their language. Can't nobody tell me that's part of their language. See?
Now, of course, it's not a part of the Vietnamese language, but it is a part of the white supremacist extremist language, which they adopted readily and adapted their own pejoratives that they had for us into ones we could understand. Fair use, fair use.
Now, just like he said, these Oriental people don't know where the word nigga came from or nothing. They have to learn how to speak it. The first time I come over here, I goes out in the Ville, I falls into one of these places, and I'm thrown out because I'm Black, you know? Because I'm Black. They don't like us. They say, we start trouble. Now, who done put this stuff in their mind? You know what I mean?
Yes, you heard that correctly, family. The Vietnamese treated us like trash. And to answer that particular soldier's question, this was already in their minds. They already knew the rules of the system of white supremacy and where they fit in on the spectrum, and were willing and enthusiastic about participating in this system which keeps us at the bottom. At this time, our people did not understand the depths of evil these people would go to sustain the system of white supremacy. People who we fought for, people who we supported through the Black Panthers. Huey P. Newton was one of many who attempted to form an alliance. Then, of course, you have MLK, who faced major backlash after his speech condemning the war. These were not popular things. These were not requirements. FBAs just did this, really even without any hope of these things being reciprocated. I mean, at this time and beyond, countries and communities have had chance after chance to show some humanity as we showed during these various situations and have failed to do so. And it's not just here in the U.S. All across the West Indies and various colonies, East Indians, Chinese, Pacific Islanders were sent to replace the Black labor, in some cases due to famines, some of those controlled by the white supremacists, in other cases just for the economic advantages. This is where you get Gandhi from. He was in apartheid South Africa, really not to help the South Africans, but the quote-unquote coolies who had been sent to replace the South African workforce. Hell, I mean, Gandhi was infamous for saying the equivalent of the N-word in South Africa. For those who don't know, it starts with K and it ends with a fear. But Gandhi, like many others, clearly wasn't fighting for racial solidarity or any kind of alliance with anyone else. He was fighting for his group so that his group wouldn't be treated like the quote-unquote N-words of South Africa. This quote, which you can read on your screen, is very similar to the LULAC quote, in which the Latinos openly stated that their intention was not to overthrow the oppressive class, but to join with them or to be over whoever's at the bottom, just as long as they're not at the bottom. And just how you had Latinos fighting to be classified as white, fighting to be a part of the oppressor class, you have Asians, including East Indians, with court cases fighting to be a part of the Caucasian race. Bhagat Singh eventually got that approval in the 1920s through the Supreme Court. And they're not the only ones who classify themselves as white. Most of you know Arabs, despite being in the quote-unquote Asian continent, are classified as white. That's why white supremacists tried to label that area the Middle East as opposed to Asia, but they're classified as white. Quote-unquote Pacific Islanders and East Asians with what people would call Mongoloid features are also classified as white. They try to say that that was only occurring in the late 1800s, early 1900s, but there are many examples of people who still classify themselves as white, while they are clearly Asian. If you don't believe me, let me play this quick clip. From a broadcast that Brother GBS put together, these are Filipinos. Fair use, fair use.
Filipinos too majority classify themselves as white? Because you know, black folks, we don't know, right? Cool, no problem. I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to let them tell you. Let's all roll this beautiful bean footage.
Now, if you're subscribed to me and not subscribed to Brother G, GBS, I highly recommend that you do so. Keep in mind he does run a strict platform, so don't go over there with the BS or poor grammar, stuff like that. It kind of gets on his nerves, but if you're serious about Black empowerment and specifically FBA empowerment, I'd highly recommend subscribing to his channel. But anyway, let's let it continue.
Audrey and May tried to explain to me how the Filipinos have managed to get along by going along.
Going along to get along, that's historically what Asians and all the other buffer groups have done. Instead of trying to create a just system, a fair system for everyone, they just want to secure a comfortable spot in the unjust system, meaning becoming participants in injustice. Let's let it continue.
Filipinos are not considered a race other than white because Spain owned the.
What she saying? Now you see they hair with them little old pseudo afros sitting on there, okay? And they call them the niggas of Asia, by the way. But you heard she say she identifies as. Let's get back to it.
Philippines, so they were just considered white. They were citizens of Spain when they came here.
Well, what do all Filipinos consider themselves?
Well, when, for instance, when we were born on our birth certificate, it's white.
Yes, they changed that now. But our children also has white on their birth certificate.
Yeah, white.
Notice not only they were classified as white, but they pass that on to their future generations. They know what that status means, and they're about to get into some of the benefits that they had during segregation because of the fact that they were classified as white.
Tell me, what do you consider yourself?
White. We always.
Right. Yeah, you barely damn say the damn word. See, let me tell you something. Don't you ever let these people from these places come over and talk about they don't understand nothing about race. Yes, the hell you do. Because see, the reason why they want their kids to have it on the birth certificate, they recognize white as a status symbol. That's what they think it is. No, it ain't nothing about your ass that's white at all. At all. Nothing. See, this is a defeated, broken, schizophrenic, tether class mindset. You can never claim to be proud of who you are and where you from when you won't even claim who you are. You can't find a foundational Black American man or woman over here that denies our heritage. We hold our heads up proud of our family and our ancestors. But you sitting over here down in the Philippines where they want to wipe you out, talking about you identify with the oppressor class. Talk about Stockholm Syndrome. Oh, it gets worse. I'm going to let them tell you. I'm going to be quiet.
Stated American, but in our childhood, we had segregated schools, segregated churches. So of course we did not go to colored. We call them colored. We did not go to colored schools at all. We just went to the white schools and the white churches.
Now, of course, I don't mind suspected white supremacists and their allies segregating themselves from us. But the problem during this time was that they would give us inferior products, inferior buildings, fewer hours for the teachers to teach us. They wouldn't give us basic amenities such as trash collection. And keep in mind, we were paying more in taxes based on what we owned than any other group. We would own little 500 square foot homes with an acre of land, and we'd be paying the same in taxes as the white people who owned 3 times the size of our property. And yet they would be receiving the trash collection, the maintenance to the roads, et cetera, and we wouldn't be. In other words, our resources were being extracted from our communities and funneled into theirs. And they had all types of underhanded means. So when they were attending those white schools, they were receiving unfair, unjust resources that were allocated to them as opposed to our communities. This is part of what some people get wrong when they talk about the segregation versus integration. Initially, we weren't fighting to be integrated with their schools. We were fighting to simply have the same resources so that we could sustain our schools the same way they were sustaining their schools unfairly with our tax dollars. In other words, we wanted things to be fair, just. But I digress. Let's let it continue.
Grandma would just ask the boys, "Oh, what is your mother's maiden name?" And she would tell us, "Don't go out with that boy. He's mixed." Grandma, what do you mean mixed? You know what I mean mixed. His people have black blood in it.
There's no better test for race mixing than a graveyard. Unlike blacks, the Filipinos could be laid to rest next to, below, or on top of the other white citizenry. Buried here is the grave of Great Aunt Nan. She was the Bertanog family enforcer when it came to mixed marriages.
And that kind of stuff I could care less about. In fact, it's biblical for us to not be buried with suspected white supremacists and their allies. But as you can see, we were never in the quote-unquote same boat, same struggle as all these other groups. Most of these other groups have been beneficiaries of the system of white supremacy. if not by the benefits of whiteness itself, by classifying themselves as white, then by being used as a buffer group as they strive to attain whiteness. Again, this adds a deeper layer to the skin whitening facts that I brought out earlier. And the Filipinos are some of the main culprits of using that life-threatening substance. But I digress. Over the years, this is really how Asians have been used as a buffer oppressive group against various other nations. Whether you look at the Caribbean, Trinidad, China, who owns all types of things in the Caribbean, they're used as a group to oppress the darker-skinned people of the world. Essentially, for white supremacists to subjugate other groups without facing the backlash that they would receive otherwise. And this is everywhere you go. Asians have exclusive communities in places like Parklands, Kenya, where any Africans who do live there are for the most part servants. You have Asians literally whipping their workers and in some cases unaliving their workers all over the continent of Africa. Zora Mandani comes from this oppressor class. He and his family were used as a buffer group in Uganda to subjugate and sabotage Uganda's population. Fortunately, one leader from Uganda, who I salute, kicked them out of that country and called out what they were doing. Of course, we can't forget about Kamala Harris, whose mother was classified as white and whose father bragged about descending from a slave owner. That slave owner, slave trader class, always used to oppress us. And now let me play the infamous clip revealing how Kamala Harris was completely aligned with white extremists. How do you think she got along so well with Biden, whose mentor was a high-ranking KKK member? Let me play the infamous clip. Fair use, fair use.
So by default, it affects Black families, but there's not a particular policy for African Americans that you would explore.
Now, of course, we know African American is not a strong enough term, but at this time, it's implied that she's referring to foundational Black Americans. Now watch how Kamala tries to get out of it.
But no, if you look at the reality of who will benefit from certain policies, when you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit Black children, Black families, Black homeowners, because the disparities are so significant. So if we focus on the specific issues that have resulted in the greatest disparities, and we understand that that's part of why we're doing it. Listen, the reality also is this: any policy that will benefit Black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that.
Nobody asked what could benefit all society. Every other group gets to get specific tangibles for their group. Then they want to double dip into a minority bin. That's for everyone. This is exactly what the white supremacists do. And she's a perfect tool with the perfect complexion to carry out the white supremacist agenda. Let's let it continue.
Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
And that's why she's not in office right now. Keep in mind, she sees us as another. She grew up in an East Indian family with a caste system mindset being ingrained in her brain. She's out for self, and even with the many examples of other groups getting exclusive benefits, she stands defiant in making sure that we don't get anything. So let it continue.
Whatever benefits that Black family will benefit that community and society as a whole in the country. Right?
Wrong. And this is just one of many examples of quote-unquote Asians being weaponized against foundational Black Americans. Need I remind you that Kamala fought to keep FBAs in prison? Then you had other candidates like Ramaswamy, or as I like to call him, Rama Bushmeat, who clearly aligns with white supremacists at every turn. You have Nikki Haley, who changed her name. That's not her real name, by the way, who was also an East Indian. And then you have the VP's wife, who's also an East Indian. So no matter what, on both sides of the aisle, no matter who you voted for, you were going to get an East Indian, at least somewhere in the White House. And of course, it's not just those who are in office. You have Dinesh D'Souza, who's obsessed with FBAs, yet won't address the massive crime in his homeland. You have Asian trolls who constantly use the N-word. Tim Pool, who has Asian ancestry. And the infamous Tiger Mom, who wrote the book Triple Package, which is very similar to the Bell Curve, a racial superiority book that was used to justify white supremacist doctrine. And white supremacists were okay with it, even though she called Chinese mothers superior. You also have the infamous clown who pretended to be Black and claimed that that got him into medical school, causing the medical school to come out and say that that was all a lie and had nothing to do with the race category. Then those kind of stories and literature were used to launch the attack on affirmative action, which honestly didn't really affect most FBAs and made no significant change to the Asian American numbers at the quote unquote elite schools. In fact, at some schools, their numbers went down while they were pretending like so many Asians were being held back because Black people were getting all these undeserved spots. That's predictable racist ideologies, but notice they were used as pawns by Ed Blum and others so that they couldn't be quote unquote called racist. And affirmative action isn't the only thing. Of course, you all likely remember the anti-Asian hate propaganda that was coming from people like Diane Yap, a known paid Republican shill, who again is obsessed with foundational Black Americans. And during this time, remember, they were using alleged agents who were dressed in the same colors to commit crimes against Asians, again, allegedly. And that footage, along with select images from 30, 40 years ago, were used to push the propaganda like Asians were being attacked by all these no good FBAs. And then when you look at the statistics, the overwhelming majority of the crime against Asians was being perpetrated by the predictable assailants, white supremacists. And even during this propaganda, they worked to bury stories like the infamous spa shooting, in which this suspected white supremacist specifically targeted the Asian community to do it harm. Yet he wasn't the primary focus of all the clips that were put on repeat in the white media. And by the way, Diane Yap at her own hearing had to be debunked by some of her fellow Asians in light of the blatant ignoring of statistics and facts. Now keep in mind, when all was said and done, the Asians got a specific Anti-Asian Hate Crime Act, which listed them by name and set aside specific tangibles that were distributed by the states. And as I proved in a previous video, the states specifically gave those grants primarily to the Asian community. So these bills and laws come with tangibles attached, unlike what they offer FBAs, intangible nothing burgers, like the Crown Act. Because remember, as Professor Black Truth declares, white supremacy is a system of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. And this is not just for white supremacists. Their allies who are joined with them also get a good chunk of the goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. This is why white supremacists allowed, keyword allowed, did not sabotage the Koreans who got their hooks in the black hair industry. This is how the East Indians, Arabs, all over major cities like DC, Detroit, everywhere you go, get access to funding and resources to have stores in our communities. And you would think with foundational Black Americans being the economic base of nearly all Asian businesses, especially small businesses, there would be some kind of respect or reciprocation of resources. But of course, that's too much like right. From the very beginning, these groups treated us with disrespect and exploited the weak economic position that we were placed in due to the never-ending war against foundational Black American communities, our economy especially, restricting us from getting loans, grants, our business districts being commandeered through eminent domain, highways and railroads being toppled over our areas, pretty much forced into a corner. And now, instead of people helping us, various groups, including Asians, came over here exploiting us and the position that we were in, oppressing us, charging us more for groceries, more for everyday items, more for gas, more for parking, used by the white supremacists as a buffer group to oppress us. It takes a pretty wicked person to kick someone while they're down, hurt, injured, damn near unconscious. And these historic buffer groups did just that, with all types of disrespect. Just like the soldiers from Vietnam we're talking about. These people came with the disrespect. And I'm about to prove that right now. I'm going to show a clip from the late 1980s regarding the Arabs who took over the stores in Chicago. So don't believe me, believe those who were around during the time. Fair use, fair use.
I think that when Arab Americans look at an area like North Lawndale and other Black communities throughout this city, and they solely move into those communities for the purpose of taking monies out of those communities and not making any contributions, that you're going to have a problem.
Are you saying that they don't relate to the community after
Not at
hours?
all.
That they're not in? For example, what about the banking that they do? Do
They do not bank in the banks in the community. They do not support community-based projects that are initiated by the community. There's no evidence that there's anything that the community gets in return.
And what this brother was saying over 40 years ago is still true to this day. We don't get anything substantial from these other groups. They're given the loans, they're given the banking infrastructure, grants, resources from their homelands, etc., and they just take and take and take from our communities while providing little to no benefits. Hell, hardly even a job, unless they absolutely have to. But let me let them continue. Fair use, fair use.
Why did Arab Americans move in and not blacks?
I think there are a number of reasons for that, in as much as in order to have a successful business, there have to be various types of supportive systems that are there. You know, bank, lending institutions must be supportive of business efforts. And I think that with blacks is that you had a decline of those kinds of institutions that will serve as supportive groups for black entrepreneurs.
Little to nothing has changed, and the suspected white supremacist who's interviewing this brother is essentially playing in his face. He's aware of the sabotage that has gone on, especially in Chicago. We're talking about virulent anti-black hatred, bombing our communities, terrorizing us, swindling homes. Still to this day, even if your home was properly put into a will, they still work to get it through technicalities in probate court. Just all types of nonsense going on in Chicago, sabotaging us economically so that we don't pass any wealth on to the next generation. And now this interviewer is sitting up pretending like everything was fair or what? Why don't you invest in your own community? There's nothing to invest with, you demon. You sabotaged everything we had going on financially / economically. But let him continue.
Even for small grocers.
No question about it. I think that's been very difficult. There's not been enough done legislatively in terms of government, nor in terms of the private sector, and being supportive of efforts by blacks to be entrepreneurs. And I think that coupled with the fact that we appear to have a group of people who are taking advantage of a situation or of a kindness of a people, if you will, because I think that blacks have been very supportive, that the escalation that we're faced with now happened as a result of the disrespect shown by these merchants.
Would you
blacks did not originally complain about Arab businessmen coming in our community. What happened was that after they got there and they showed their real intentions, that people began to say, well, hey, let's take another look at this.
Absolutely sickening. And this is what all these different groups who classify themselves as Asians have done. Or those who classify themselves as white, but are Asian in origin. They go to our communities for support, we support them, and they exploit us. And they don't just spoil the customer class, they also spoil and reject business connections with the business class. Remember, Dr. Claude Anderson was talking about this in his book, Powernomics. There was a group of foundational Black American distributors who tried to form alliances with Asian merchants. I mean, at a steep discount. And the Asians reminded them that they weren't going to buy from FBAs. These were their words. You black people just don't understand. It's not the money, but the fact that we only buy from our own. Only you blacks will buy from any and everyone. This is what we get for supporting these other groups. They spit in our face and openly declare how they will not support us. And this is why I will continue to stomp for people to use the B1 Rolodex by going to blacktruthunited.com. No spaces, no dashes, no www, just blacktruthunited.com, and checking out the businesses that we do have, which are still owned by us. Some of them are online businesses, some of them are physical stores, but we have to support our own and start weaning ourselves off of this parasitic relationship that we've had with these other groups. It's just not fair. And it's especially disrespectful when you realize that most of these groups wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for us stomping for immigration laws to be fair. Foolishly, prior to us stomping, they had less than 1 million people here in the U.S. Now they're projected to hit 46 million by 2060. None of this would have been possible without FBAs. And yet we are the ones who are targeted, who are disrespected, who are restricted for many types of benefits that they receive because they made a deal with the white supremacists to keep us oppressed and to maintain the socioeconomic order and sociopolitical order that's already been established. Wherever you go across the U.S., this is what you'll find. And this isn't anything new. Right around the time we passed the civil rights bills and got all these communities fair rights and equal protection under the law, all types of benefits they wouldn't have had without us. These people were talking crazy about us. I'm about to play another clip. Shout out to Brother GBS once again for this one. It's kind of rare footage to find because it comes from the late 1960s, if I'm not mistaken. Fair use, fair use.
I'm going to show you what some of these anti-black Asians was talking about way back in the 60s, right after ink ain't even dry on the Immigration Act. I want you to listen to this because I'm playing this in this order for a reason. Check this out.
Most Orientals feel more openly hostile to Negroes than most other Americans.
Wow.
I'm not sure. Part of it's a certain dislike for the civil rights movement, because there's people that have worked for the civil rights are saying, the government, you know, give us training, give us this and that, and so we can become like you. And the Orientals take a great deal of pride saying, you know, we had San Francisco and we had riots too, but we made it on our own.
Did you hear this disrespectful teriyaki tether claiming that he and his people made it on his own? Everything they have in this country is thanks to us. We went through all the struggles. They were given benefits that we weren't given. And most importantly, they were not sabotaged, at least not consistently sabotaged and systematically destroyed decade after decade like our communities. Of course, you had the bullying period with the yellow peril, but eventually, once the white supremacists pretty much got their temperature and realized that all they wanted to do was get a comfortable place under white supremacists while keeping us at the bottom, they were allowed to thrive without sabotage. I'm going to keep emphasizing this because it's different when you're both given the same resources and one falls off and the other one's good to go. No, not only were we not given the same resources, but whatever we did manage to create was sabotaged, was attacked, while their communities were left, for the most part, intact. Not even remotely a fair comparison. But here they are, wagging their fingers in our faces, telling us how they did it on their own and how they're so strong and they have so much pride, and why can't we just be like them? Without fighting a single battle, without breaking a single sweat, without fighting in a single struggle, insignificant numbers. And by the way, when some of them did get involved, they were working under us and came to find out, just like in the case of Richard Aoki, the people who were with us were traitors, were saboteurs, were working directly with the FBI to destroy our movements. So the pattern once again forms. We fight for everyone. Everyone else stays on the sidelines, watching us take all the bruises, all the lumps, all the gashes, all the broken bones. And then when benefits roll in, they're the first to line up and then wag their fingers at us, either they themselves or the next generation, talking about how we just didn't work hard enough and we just need to learn about Asian excellence and stop being lazy. But I digress. Let's let it continue.
Now, why the hell are you taxing us and using our tax money to raise you up when we could do it ourselves? The reaction against Negroes is very, very strong. Really very strong.
The audacity of this teriyaki tether, the soy sauce supremacist, talking about them making it on their own and us taking from their tax dollars. They wouldn't even be over here in large quantities or be able to generate tax dollars in a smooth and orderly fashion if it wasn't for us. We're the ones who made everything fair. They're just the beneficiaries of all of our fighting. But I digress. You can tell that this subject really pisses me off because our people have been exploited and deceived into believing that there's some kind of allegiance with these other groups, and it's always been a one-way exploitation train. And they want you to believe that this is just with their local mom and pop shops. No, this is with big businesses as well. You have parking meters, the real estate industry. They're given a cut of the spoils of the system of white supremacy. Now, of course, when white supremacists don't want them in a particular industry, they're systematically removed, like the Vietnamese who were in the fishing industry in Texas. They were systematically removed. But white supremacists do support Asian-owned businesses. Don't let them try to lie. BlackRock is a perfect example. They have venture capital from all types of countries overseas. These are Asians with direct influence over how much you, the listener, have to pay for your mortgage each month. So they're heavily involved. Then, of course, you have the various massage parlors that mainly Caucasian males go to. They also prey on children overseas, going to these PDF file friendly locations. They go to Asia for organ harvesting, cheap labor, pretty much anything you can think of that's exploitive. And of course, we can't ignore the anime influence, where all the significant characters look like white people. Very few exceptions to this rule. And of course, all the Black characters are stereotypes and caricatures. And by the way, some of these animes that you're seeing on your screen are not old. But of course, that's something that white supremacists love and support. It pushes their agenda. of white supremacy. Then for those who don't know, on the thumbnail, you may be confused by all the Hitler-loving individuals. Let me show you this. This is something that's not talked about very often. Hitler in Asia today, and the Nazis in general, are praised and upheld. They call it a chic, a Nazi chic, and this has gotten them into trouble internationally, but they don't care. Time after time, from little children to rock bands, from higher ups to pop bands, you have Asians rocking Nazi attire, clearly aligned with white extremists. Then another thing you may be unaware of is the fact that many Asian countries participate in blackface. This is a common theme throughout Asia. Some of them claim that they're trying to honor the legends, but it's clear that they're doing it as a mockery. Then, of course, you have their propaganda machines, which have been caught with all types of racist commercials, from an African being stuffed into a laundry machine and coming out as an Asian, to fried chicken commercials in which Asians are kidnapped and then saved only by producing a bucket of chicken. I mean, just off the wall racism that white extremists revel in. These sentiments are nothing new. And now we get into the other part of the quote from Professor Black Truth. It's a system of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. But part of this, as I mentioned with the Latino video, is the immunity from the law. To a certain extent, Asians have been largely kept out of the limelight when it comes to crime. Overseas, they unalive their journalists to prevent crimes from coming out and keep only journalists who create happy-go-lucky fairy tales of Asia. Yet whenever you look around, you have cyber crimes, Medicare scams, degree scandals, and of course, drug trafficking. And at this point, it's just become a known thing that a good majority of the drugs come right out of the Golden Triangle or the Golden Crescent. There was a famous report in 1991 regarding Asian organized crime. They've known about the triads and the Yakuza and all these criminal enterprises for years, but they do not criminalize them. Notice in this article it states that while they were involved in extortion, murder, gambling, loan sharking, many of the members were good citizens. I'm not making this up. This is right in the document. You never hear foundational Black Americans referred to as good citizens, regardless of their crimes. And even if we wanted to, we can't compete with other groups as far as crime because they're simply not criminalized, despite all the evidence that they have. Let me show you the proof of this that came out in a documentary about the Chinese mafia. Fair use, fair use.
The city is in shock. Chinatown is renowned for vice and drugs. But up until now, the violence has been contained amongst Asians and treated with ambivalence by the cops.
In other words, they're not criminalized. It's not that they're these superior criminals that are just so beyond the scope of law enforcement. No, they're allowed to participate in these crimes unless it happens to spill over into white society. And if you notice, he said Chinatown was known for drugs, violence, thuggery, prostitution, everything. This is a known thing, yet they're not criminalized. Let's let it continue.
Back then, Chinatown is like a gold mine. Or Chinese, most of the time, keep the cash in the house. Everything valuable. They don't really trust the bank. You see a lot of cash flow inside Chinatown. Gambling den, loan sharking, all this is cash flow. And this is what I get into.
The Hop Sing boys collect loan sharking debts on behalf of some Tong elders and extort the gambling dens on their patch.
When you want to open a gambling joint, you come and look for us before we come and look for you.
Pay attention to that, family. Illegal gambling is very key in Asian culture, mainly because of what it results in. I'll show that to you pretty soon. Let me let it continue.
The gang also protects the gambling revenue by fending off other gangs. The Hop Sing boys fight running street battles with their main rivals, the Hua Ching.
I got a lot of big fight with watching and different gang. Pretty much I have a lot of shootout. Chinatown, every street I had a shootout.
The rivalry is not only about money. The Hua Ching is an American-style street gang and rejects the rituals and traditions of Chinese tongs and triads.
The Hua Ching is a street gang. I'm saying we got rules to tie into us. So we don't do this, we don't do that, we don't do that. They're free. They can do whatever they want.
Before the Golden Dragon incident, the police turned a blind eye to gambling-related offenses. The police turned a blind eye to gambling-related offenses.
They know who we are. We know who they are. Long long as we don't start something in front of them, they usually let us walk.
As I stated, they are not criminalized. This is a part of the system of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. And by the way, illegal gambling is very important because it's one of the main drivers of human trafficking and drug trafficking and violence and other things. So when the police ignore the gambling, they're allowing for the other crimes to occur as well. Again, they're allowed to participate in criminal activity and they're not stigmatized for it. In fact, they're called good citizens, despite being involved in illicit practices. Now, some of you may have missed this receipt on the We Are Model Minorities video. Very funny if you haven't seen it. Feel free to check it out. But I point out that here we have an article in 1991 talking about the escalating lawlessness in Asian organized crime. Then in 2021, literally 30 years later, you have an article talking about the triads escalating violence. Their violence hasn't gone down. It's just been hidden and they've remained largely out of focus for most people. When you think of Asians, you typically don't think of crime, yet they're the major perpetrators. Only every once in a while are they brought up when it comes to crime. Yet we know they're major perpetrators. You can look at the mass unaliver Hugh, who took out 11 people. You have multiple incidents of doctors and students drugging and SAing their patients or other victims. You have all types of sexual depravity like the PDF file anime, which of course I blurred out, which white supremacists are obsessed with. Red Joker has had to catch a lot of these people on X with their tweets, which many times they end up deleting. But altogether, they are aligned with white supremacists. And of course, their crimes end up hitting us as well, like Daniel Holtzclaw, the various store owners who attack FBA women. You have infamous cases like the Latasha Harlins incident, and then the recent story of the brother who was unalived in South Carolina. Just some sick, degenerate madness. And we can predict that for the most part, their ideology is very anti-Black. Hell, we've proven that in this video. Here we have the unaliver Ryan Lee Nguyen, who shot a 6-year-old. We have the store owner who called the cops on George Floyd, along with one of the cops who was there during the incident, who was acting like a Koopa trooper for Bowser, defending the suspected white supremacist cop who was unaliving George Floyd. Then, of course, you have the most infamous example of Peter Liang, who unalived, if I'm not mistaken, a non-FBA who was from the Caribbean. But we still stomped for him, especially at that time. And remember, there was a complete lack of accountability from Peter Liang. Liang. He was scrambling to come up with a lie with his partners while refusing to render medical aid to the victim. And then you had the Asian community who stood in solidarity and joined hand in hand to have his charges dropped. In other words, fighting to be racially immune from the law. And for me, what this incident indicated more than anything is that Asians can get together to fight for a cause. We've been told for years that, they don't want to get involved in radical stances, etc., etc. Yet they showed in the New York City streets that they are willing to get involved when it comes to protecting one of their own who did harm to one of us. Asians aligning themselves with white supremacists. And to be honest, that really should have been the last straw of any of our people supporting these suspected white supremacist Asians in our own communities. As Brother Tyreek pointed out in his book, even after we supported Asians with their movies, politically with the Black Panthers and others, we remain loyal to them to a fault. And they've taken advantage of that blind loyalty. And this is why I have no problem with people contacting ICE on suspected illegals. If we were in any of these Asian nations, they wouldn't hesitate to do the same. And if you're not willing to fill out a form yourself, at least stand down and get out of the way of those who are. There's absolutely no need for foundational Black Americans to be stomping in the streets for a people who have proven, for the most part, that they have no desire to create any kind of tangible, mutually beneficial alliance. Of course, there are a few exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, they're all aligned against us. And the other reason why I say it doesn't make any sense for our people to be standing out there is because all of these Asians had their respective countries fighting for them anyway. If you remember the ICE raid incident at the Hyundai factory, the South Korean government stepped in to ensure the safety of its citizens. We have never had a foreign government doing that for us on a large scale tangibly. And of course, some of them were detained and sent back, but others, thanks to the help of the South Korean government, were able to get B1 visas to stay. So as far as I'm concerned, ICE is a valid solution to some of this, and there should be no hesitation for us defending our community against people who absolutely hate our guts. Now, with all that being said, I do want to thank the following contributors to the channel: Brothers Blacc RU, Charlie B, Cyberdyne 100, Cool Keezy, Melrose Radio, and the Sectors. Forgive me if I'm off on that. I'm not sure if the Sectors is a male or a female. And then, of course, our sisters C. Terry, Tanya Lewis, Earth Angel Remix, Venetia Hamilton, FBA Queen, Marissa Hampton, and Stephanie DPM. Much respect to all of you. Now, as far as when the next video will be, I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to do my best to get at least one video out per month, but it might be sporadic. For example, it might be at the beginning of the month or in the end of the month. But I'm thinking that that's a compromise that I can do while still working through what I'm working through. So peace and blessings to all of you. Make sure you like, share, comment, subscribe. And with all that being said, be one and be blessed, family. Peace.
I really think in a weird way I have to thank Louis Theroux because somehow his questions kind of like made me question myself and the future of everything, and that is something that I truly hadn't done before, not like deeply like I did after that, and part of it was his doing, so there is that.
Man, I tell you, this red pill stuff is just off the chain. Well, now you have this guy, Louis Theroux. He's now wrote this book called Inside the Manosphere. And in the book, he's interviewed a lot of red pill guys. Now, mind you, a lot of that red pill stuff started with the W folks. The W's was over there having problems with their women, and they were online complaining and crying, and then little subgroups for 6 hours just complaining about their women. But they always talk about ours. But everybody always got something to say about the black community, about our women, right? But these were W's complaining about their people, right? So Louis Theroux, he interviewed people like Ed Matthews, Harrison Sullivan, Justin Walker, Sneeko, and also Myron Gaines. Now, from Fresh and Fit. Now, Myron Gaines, he's all throughout this, this Netflix show, right? All throughout it, right? Talking that red pill stuff, knowing that he's a fake and a phony, right? And we all know his well-publicized relationship that he had with that Venezuelan girl, Angie, and how he would be online saying that she would pack his condoms when he would go away. And he would talk this red pill stuff about how he's in control and he has this beautiful woman, but he's able to sleep with other women, right? Y'all remember that was like the talk in the red pill spaces.
Been quite open about the fact that he expects to be in a relationship in which there's one-way monogamy, as he calls it. He's allowed to basically pursue other relationships, but you're not.
The women that he's with, he's just gonna be with them for like a night or so, whatever. But I don't think he sees them in that way, because there is a reason why I've stayed so long with him.
I don't want to mix things up between you, right? But yeah. But we were talking about in the future that maybe there's a world where you would have more than one wife, right?
She understands that. She knows that could potentially come down in the future.
So Myron and Angie's on a hot seat. They're in an interview with this guy, and Myron, he's trying to be this tough red pill guy with his chest puffed out. Well, y'all know I'm gonna be clapping up a cheeks, and she's on board. She's in support of this. She gonna be rocking with me, right? But she didn't say she wanted more than that. She wanted something more traditional. She wasn't really with all that stuff that Myron was talking about now, because Myron is trying to look good to his subscribers, right? He's trying to look like he's just this macho man that's in control. So when Angie was asked about how she felt about it, it went like this.
What do you say about that?
I don't know. I mean, he has said that in the past. I think I'll see when it happens. Like, I don't know how that will work. The thing is that I think...
But right now, it's not going to be anytime soon, because I'm just so focused on working.
But it could happen, right?
It could, of course.
You can kick it down the road only for so long. She's put 2 years into a relationship. If that's your long-term plan, at some point, those two realities will collide.
That's a bridge we'll cross when we get there. Like right now.
What does that mean? That's so avoidant.
It's something you never know, man. You can always change your mind down the road. Who knows? Maybe I'll say, I only just want to be with one girl, because the two would be too tough.
You've backtracked on that already?
So you can clearly see that Angie wasn't comfortable with that arrangement, right? And she was just, she was sitting there at that time going along with it because she liked MYRON at the time. She was his woman. He was successful. He was making money. I'm sure he was a simp behind the scenes, but he was trying to play to an audience to make himself look like something that he wasn't. So now, during that interview process for the series, when they were talking, he was, he had MYRON under the hot seat, man, and MYRON was just, looking crazy, right? But then MYRON, he comes out and he posts this: "Hey, Lewis, why did you edit out this context crucial part from the Netflix documentary? Was it because it shows my ex accepted my one-way polygamous relationship, which blows up the narrative you tried to spin in the documentary? This is just one of many clips I have proven your deceptive journalism. You're a liar with an agenda, and it's time for you to be exposed." Now, how could she be on board when she left you? She left you for a dude that made less money than you. Because at some point, Angie came. We saw a video of her rollerblading with some dudes, and it wasn't you. And she was rollerblading with some dude that got less money than you. And at some point, she came out and she responded to all of this.
Hello, that's me. This is Angie. I'm finally coming out of my shell of social media. I probably will be posting more on TikTok. I just want to leave this behind, and this is one of the main reasons why I'm doing this. I want to leave the past in the past. But this documentary just came out, and I received a lot of messages from people just concerned about my well-being, and a lot of opinions and a lot of things going on right now. So I want to address a few things. First of all, I never wanted to be part of any documentary whatsoever. I was never told or asked to be in a documentary until the moment of. I was stupid enough to not read a contract before signing it, and that's how I ended in that documentary. So I did beg the producers on email thousands of times to take me out of the documentary, but that didn't happen. And here we are. It is what it is. Never wanted to be part of it. Anyways, I already been through a lot. I already went through therapy. I already heard the zillion pep talks that my friends and family had to say. And I know everybody has an opinion. I know everybody has something to say. But this is my life. And honestly, as of right now, I couldn't be more grateful for it. I am so blessed, and I am so thankful to say that I am in a new relationship where I don't have to worry about any of this, and that I met this amazing man who cares for me, who makes me feel so special, makes me so happy, and I couldn't be more grateful for him. I can finally say that I can see a future with somebody, and I'm so grateful that he can see a future with me. So also, before you go there, it's no any rollerblading guy or anything like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I never cheated on anybody. That doesn't really align with my values. I know you have loved me too, but that never happened. I don't want the past to get into this. So right now, I'm so happy. And honestly, I'm so thankful for all the experiences that I lived, every lesson that I learned, and everything that I've been through, because without any of it, I wouldn't be the person that I am right now. Thanks to every one of you that critique me, that has said something about it, because I do go through every comment, I do go through every DM and every video and every post, and I can't say it doesn't affect me. It does affect me, but at the end of the day, I believe in who I am and who my parents raised, and honestly, I'm so thankful for every lesson. So thank you for everything. So it is what it is. This will probably won't be the last of me, because I probably will be posting more videos on my TikTok, but I just want to leave that behind. Thank you.
Well, this dude was so horrible that at some point after the relationship, this woman had to go seek therapy, right? And at some point she got herself together. She met a new guy. She says that she's happy. She met a guy that he's her dream dude. He's giving her all the things that she ever desired. She's having a ball. They out there skating and doing all kinds of stuff, right? And she's living her best life separate from that tyrant, right? That tetherist, right? So then you have MYRON on the other hand. He's demonetized from all platforms, right? He don't even really do comment anymore about women. He starts calling out the small hats. He pivoted over to politics and was, just saying a whole bunch of dumb stuff. But he gets kicked off of all the platforms. Nobody wants to hear that red pill garbage stuff no more. Nobody wants to hear Fresh and Fit. They got demonetized. They was on there crying, right? On there crying. So she's going up. He's plummeting down. And all that garbage that he was talking about ain't working. Then we find out that y'all dudes out there paying for the cheeks anyway. You wasn't who you said you was, right? You lost your girl to another dude. You're having both parties where you're paying for the cheeks. You're portraying yourself to be something that you're not. You always got something to say about Black culture, but the underbelly of Black culture, but you perpetuate that same underbelly for profit and personal gain. You guys are frauds. And you even got guys overseas even exposing y'all.
So listen, this is Angela Camacho. She was featured on the Manosphere documentary. She was Myron Gaines's partner. You might recognize her more. This is what she looked like as she was basically going through the experience and observing just how horrific Myron was and how problematic it was. Please go and follow her, Angelica Camacho. Please go and follow her, support her on her journey. She is on the other side of what she was in. She's got the awareness, she's got the information. Now she needs a little bit of support to continue the journey away from these types of men. The thing that's the most problematic about the subjects of the manosphere is their resilience and lack of integrity and even decency to pretend that they're human beings. Like the olden days, the 90s of the worst types of human beings pretended a little bit. They had the decency to realize that what they were doing was problematic and they'll keep some things behind closed doors. This new generation of like, I'm going to be loud with it, will have to feel a certain level of pain and discomfort socially, culturally, economically before they can even be reached. This is not about rehabilitation. This is just about stopping, right? And I think it's super important that the women in this are supported as they go through their transformation of what they thought they wanted and needed into what's right for them and what's healthy for them. I just applaud you and I wish you all the best on your journey of health and well-being away from problematic human beings like Myron Gaines.
So a lot of these red pill guys are fake, man. A person like me that used to be on the Sunday Rumble 7 years ago, debating these dudes, going back and forth, arguing with these dudes, way before even Kevin Samuels blew up. Yeah, I mean, I was debating these guys. A dude like me that's been married for going on 26 years, that understand what it takes to be in a relationship, sacrifice and commitment, not this internet foolishness where you could be the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. You could be anybody you want to be in character. These guys are fake. These guys are telling you don't date single moms, while at the same time, one of the biggest guys in the red pill space was dating a 42-year-old single mom, right? And but at the end of the day, trying to hide it and lie about it. These guys was being exposed all over the place, just for frauds, right? Just the fraudulent frauds. And that's just what it was. It was an era in a time where these guys would find spaces to complain about women and grift men. So you had these guys that was relationship gurus that would tell guys how to get women and all that kind of stuff. But these guys didn't even have the women. They didn't have the credentials to get the same women they was telling these guys to get. The whole thing was a scam and a sham. It was fraudulent. And that's what Louis Theroux is exposing these dudes, right? And we was doing it years ago, putting these guys on the Summer Jam screen like, you guys are frauds, man. You guys are fake players. Like they was trying to be the Max or the players that they saw in the hood that they could never be. But the internet gave them an avenue where they can create an audience to be something they're not by playing the character of the people they saw outside. But at some point, you're going to get exposed because you're fraud. You're a fraud. It's not real. And that's what happened. That's why the red pill's pretty much dead nowadays. But y'all gotta let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV. Leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, the Africans are at it again, and some people may wonder, why do they keep focusing on our reparations? Because our reparations are worth the most out of all of the slavery that took place globally. Because number one, we did so much during that time period. We built a nation, and it was everything also that followed that slavery: Reconstruction, Jim Crow, mass incarceration, and it just so many things. And there has never been any compensation, and there should have been. And see, these folks, if they would have just done it right after slavery, they wouldn't be listening to none of this right now. But the fact that you refuse to settle this whole thing is the reason why you still got to listen to it today. And, you see Donald Trump and his cabinet and his ilk trying to quash everything, get rid of the history, throw out black authors, do this, do that. That's not going to make it go away. It doesn't matter. All of that is in vain. And Africa, what the hell? Listen, why would we want the people that sold us to be in the forefront of the reparations argument? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And on top of that, you can't argue that in front of the UN better than we could. So let's say you succeed, Africa. Do you expect all that money to come to you? Because I think that's what the end result for you is. You want our reparations to go to Africa, and it shouldn't go to Africa because you sold us. You sold my forefathers. So why should you get 1 red cent? But I can see now, y'all, as we start gaining our inheritance, if the Africans can get in the way, they gonna try to get in the way, y'all. They gonna try to get in our damn way. If anything, you should be there trying to figure out ways of how you're going to give us reparations. You shouldn't get our reparations, but you damn sure should be paying us reparations too. There's a lot of locations on this earth that owes us. Do you know a lot of things came out of our slavery? Global trading came out of our slavery. That's the reason why America could trade worldwide. It wasn't because white people went out on the field and worked and earned it and then sent it everywhere. No, it was from our forefather and foremothers' labor that trade became big. Now, a lot of people think we were responsible for all the money America made. Yes. And do you believe it was in 2 waves, y'all? And let me explain. Yes, one was from free labor. One was from free labor. The second one was from all of our inventions that went worldwide. So they made a first wave of money from the slavery, and then all the inventions that came out of our people, they made a second wave of astronomical money out of all of those inventions that came out of our people, and they stole. And then there's more. So you may think that was it. No, there's more. You can't even begin to think of all the astronomical money that has come out from our talent, from our music, from our sports. We've made so much money. We made crazy money for this country. And for them to get up and say, we don't deserve nothing. No, you bitches don't deserve nothing. That's why you're losing your kingdom, because you're the one that don't deserve anything. If it wasn't for us, America would probably look like a third world country. And you know what the proof is? Your farmers. When the help left, they let the damn crop, they let them rot. But if you were all about all the talent and everything came from the white man and the white man can do everything, why did you let your crops rot? When your workers got deported, you just sat and watched everything dry up. You didn't try to save your farm. You didn't try to do the labor. Why didn't you say, okay, well, we really don't need those workers. We can get out there and do our own work. None of y'all did that. You were crying for labor to come out there and do that work. And if you go online, y'all, it's story after story after story after story of them losing their farms, losing their crops, just losing everything because no one was there to work the farms. That's why we know nothing would have came out of you if we were not here. Your farmers are proving it. Y'all are proving when the labor is gone. See, y'all ain't about labor. See, when the labor is gone, you'll let everything go to waste. Your farmers are showing that. Y'all don't have that fight and that heat in you. You don't have it. You keep claiming you do, but you really don't. You don't have that in you. And the thing is, y'all will whine and cry, I lost a $2 million crop. Well, why did you lose a $2 million crop? Why didn't you get out there and work the farm? You stole all the land from the black farmers. The least you could do is work the damn land that you stole. And you didn't even do that. You didn't do that. So, I mean, that right there, to me, that speaks volumes. So when you try to say everything came from the white man, y'all make sure you point at the fact that they let their farms go to waste when their workers, when they got deported. If you did everything, you should have done that part too. And you didn't. You didn't. A lot of people noticed that too. A lot of people noticed y'all weren't willing to get out there, roll your sleeves up and do that farm work. You weren't willing to do it. But you want to own the farm and tell everybody else what to do. But you don't want to do the work. Yeah, that sounds like you. That definitely sounds like you. So y'all, let's get into Ghana going before the UN over the transatlantic slave trade to argue reparations. And I really, truly don't believe this is their place to do so. Now, if you want to do this for free, and when the money comes, it all comes to us, that's cool. But if you expect to run with the money, hell no, it's not right. No. I don't believe the ones that sold us should get anything. You know, and it took Donald Trump to shut down that 6-region crap the African Union tried to pull to get our money. Donald Trump said African nations don't deserve anything when it comes down to slavery here in America. And I agree with Donald Trump on that one. Y'all didn't do the labor. Y'all didn't even help us. You know, the things that was happening to us in this land went out worldwide. But there's no country on this planet that don't know about the racism we have gone through. Y'all never sent a boat. You never address this government and say, we don't like the way you're treating our people. You didn't stand up for us when our people were being lynched. When we were going through the crack epidemic, no African nation spoke up about that. Like, why did you sabotage these folks and throw drugs and weapons in their community? Africa did not speak up. But when y'all were going through apartheid, we spoke up. We spoke up, and companies, because the company I worked for stopped doing business with South Africa because of the apartheid that was going on. They would not do any, and they were trading and doing business with South Africa, and they cut them off. We took a stand. But y'all did not step up for us. When we were going through the civil rights movement, see, all of you groups are claiming to be there. Oh, we were there. Oh, the Latinos claimed they were there. Everybody was there. You weren't there. You weren't there. Y'all act like footage don't exist. Y'all do. You act like footage don't exist during those times. And then here go one of your other big arguments. Irish were slaves. You weren't the only one that went through slavery. Well, I find that really funny. We weren't the only ones that went through slavery, but we are the only ones photographed as slaves. Why is that? Why did everybody go through slavery, but the only group that's photographed out in them plantation fields are our forefathers and foremothers? Where's the picture of your people that you claim went through slavery? It don't exist. You know why? Because it was just us that went through that. It's amazing how all these other groups claim they went through slavery. Nary photo exists of it. But there's endless photographs of our people during slavery, our people during Reconstruction, our people during Jim Crow. But Juan Crow, where's the Juan Crow photos? Where are they? You know, the only one that seems to be photographed from a slavery past are our people, and you don't see nobody else on them fields. So when you say everybody went through it, where's the everybody photos then? Where's the everybody documentation on it? It don't exist, y'all. It don't exist. I don't care how hard these people keep trying to include themselves in our slavery and our Jim Crow. None of their photographs exist. None of their documentation exists. That's all I know. That's why I'm not willing to jump on the bandwagon. And you know, most Irish didn't even do their full indentured servitude. Do you know the majority of them ran away? They ran when our people were running away from the plantation. The Irish were running away too. Do you know that? The Irish were running away too. Most of them, a big portion of them, never finished their indentured servitude, which would have been done in, you know, from what I was reading, anywhere from 4 to 7 years. And they didn't even finish it. They up and ran away around the same time our people were running away. And indentured servitude and chattel slavery are not the same. And they try. It's amazing how everybody is trying to latch on to our misery. I just find that funny. I guess 10 years from now, white people are going to claim y'all were mass incarcerated too. You know, I guess y'all going to be making those claims. But boy, these people are a trip. All right, y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen because I definitely want y'all to listen to this. And by the way, if you haven't stopped by any of my stores, stop by and get your 40% off discount for your hair growth products. All right. All right, y'all. Give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you. Oh, somebody said they did it to the natives. But you know what? Y'all want to hear something bizarre? Why are so many natives related to Mexicans? I'm just asking because I'm noticing that. Why are so many natives have relatives that are being deported and they're Mexican? I'm starting to really notice that. And I know other people are noticing it too. So on one hand, you're native. On the other, I don't have any relatives that are being deported. But these Native Americans, these alleged Native Americans, got relatives that are being deported to Mexico, y'all. Go figure. I'm just saying. I just find that very interesting.
Reparations for the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, and apartheid were designated as a flagship priority of our union. At the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025, I announced that Ghana would lead the effort to table a resolution declaring slavery and the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. That commitment marked the beginning of a structured diplomatic and legal process. On 24th March, Ghana will host a high-level side event at the United Nations, followed by a wreath-laying ceremony at the African Burial Ground National Museum in New York. And on 25th March 2026, the International Day of Remembrance.
Now, what they're talking about is they're supposed to be having a ceremony in New York City where they found a burial ground. But let me just tell y'all something about that. Do you know they're not even sure if those folks had any connection to Africa? But they're calling it the African burial ground that they found near the World Trade Center in New York. Some of y'all might remember when they found this burial ground, they were digging to do construction at a site and they came across a mass grave in New York. And now they're saying they're not even sure if any of those folks were from Africa. They could have been native to this land, but they're calling it African burial ground in New York. So I just want y'all to know that they are not even certain if they believe they were enslaved here, but they're saying they don't even know if those folks really had ties to Africa. But they show all the signs that they were slaves, you know, like their bones, having broken bones and certain things about their characteristics. They can tell they were, you know, doing slavery, but they're not even sure if these people even came from Africa. So I'm just letting you know. All right, so let's go on.
Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, Ghana, together with co-sponsors and with the endorsement of the African Union, will formally table the resolution before the General Assembly. We call upon all member states to support and co-sponsor this resolution. This initiative presents us a historic opportunity, an opportunity to affirm the truth of our history an opportunity to recognize the gravest injustice in human history, an opportunity to lay a stronger foundation for genuine reconciliation and equality. While the past cannot be undone, it can be acknowledged, and acknowledgement is the first step towards justice.
October 2025, Ghana appoints Ekwa Spiogarbra as its special envoy for reparations. His mandate? To lead the nation's push for justice and financial compensation for Africans enslaved in the transatlantic slave trade. Reparations. Is it truly the act of making amends for the wrongs one has done by providing payment or other assistance to those who have been wronged? If so, why then is the Ghanaian descendant of a Fanti Dutch-German slave trader going around the world asking European descendants of slave traders to make amends for the sins of their fathers in enslaving some Africans, and by amends, seeking financial compensation for the Africans brutally uprooted from the coast of present-day Ghana? Shouldn't Ekwa Spiogarbra and his maternal relations also be making amends for the sins of their ancestor, the German Fanti mulatto?
Now, y'all, I also want you to think about this. During the time of the transatlantic slave trade, Ghana didn't even exist. There was no country called Ghana back then. All right. So again, I don't understand why they think they deserve something. Ghana did not exist. There was nothing in Africa called Ghana back then. So let's go on.
Who traded heavily in slaves along the shores of Elmina, Sekondi, and Accra. To unravel the mystery surrounding the identity and genealogy of this infamous slave trader from whose loins Ekwa Spiogarbra and his maternal relations descend.
Ghana wishes to draw attention to the very consequential resolution which President John Dramani Mahama of Ghana will be tabling on the 25th of March, which is just next week, Wednesday, a few days from now. This is a resolution seeking to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. For more than 300 years, Africans were treated as property, were tortured, humiliated, raped, and forced out of the continent, over 12.5 million of them, in the most dehumanizing and despicable circumstances. The world is yet to acknowledge this. Perpetrators are yet to apologize and have not compensated the victims. This is the time to demand reparative justice, and this is the time to demand restitution. This is a resolution seeking to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. For more than 300 years, Africans were treated as property, were tortured, humiliated, raped, and forced out of the continent, over 12.5 million of them, in the most dehumanizing and despicable circumstances. The world is yet to acknowledge this. Perpetrators are yet to apologize and have not compensated the victims. This is the time to demand reparative justice, and this is the time to demand restitution.
Look at the hypocrisy. That's the Prime Minister of Ghana at this Latin American and Caribbean forum in Bogota, Colombia, demanding reparations like they have a right to reparations. Did we not forget that Latin America was conquered by Spain, right? Some of the people who run Latin America to this day are descendants of Spaniards, the same people that enslaved the people in those lands. So you're talking about reparations, then those people that's the descendant of slaves in those countries deserve reparations from their government.
not the United States. If we're talking about reparations from the United States, then that's strictly exclusively to Black Americans, Adolphs and freemen, the descendants of Black enslaved Americans and the descendants of freemen in this country. Now, Africa was a co-conspirator, especially Ghana. Ghana turned slavery into tourism. They making money off all those slave castles, millions of dollars, right? Let's not talk about that, how they're co-conspirators too. So the people that participated in this, the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Europeans, and the French, right? Those are the people that need to give reparations. Like if it's the Caribbeans, what is that? The UK, those UK Europeans, yeah, get your reparations over there. But over here in the United States, that's not an African thing. That's a Black American thing. Yeah, it sounds like another scam to me, if you ask me. But yeah, and did I not mention that Ghana still make money off slavery? They turn slavery into tourism.
This is a resolution seeking to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. For more than 300 years, Africans were treated as property, were tortured, humiliated, raped, and forced out of the continent, over 12.5 million of them, in the most dehumanizing and despicable circumstances. The world is yet to acknowledge this. Perpetrators are yet to apologize and have not compensated the victims. This is a time to demand reparatory justice.
I'm for any and everybody getting their just due, but I'm really confused on this statement because, yes, if you ask me, the transatlantic slave trade was one of the biggest crimes against humanity in general. But here's where the confusion comes in. That guy's from Ghana. His people sold my people. That's why I'm here. So it's kind of confusing that they're calling for reparations. Reparations from whom? Which government, right? Because only about 300,000 Africans came to what we consider the United States today. That's a verifiable fact, okay? So when you talk about reparations, we're gonna have to talk about the English government, right? Those Arab countries that are still selling slaves today, they owe you, right? But he used transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade was only the Caribbean and America. That's it. Slavery as a whole was much, much more than that. I hope you guys can understand that and decipher what I'm trying to say. So when I hear a man in Africa saying transatlantic slave trade, he has to be more specific on what he's talking about. And then I would love to know how they think they deserve reparations, seeing that their people sold my people, right? And reparations from whom?
Ghana wishes to draw attention to the very consequential resolution which President John Dramani Mahama of Ghana will be tabling on the 25th of March, which is just next week, Wednesday, a few days from now. This is a resolution seeking to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity.
This is so disrespectful.
For more than 300 years, Africans were treated as property, were tortured, humiliated, raped, and forced out of the continent, over 12.5 million of them, in the most dehumanizing and despicable circumstances. The world is yet to acknowledge this. Perpetrators are yet to apologize and have not compensated the victims. This is a time to demand reparatory justice, and this is the time to demand restitution.
Oh, this is utterly disgraceful. It's disrespectful. The fact that the Ghanaian president is going to the African Union and going to the United Nations to demand restitution and reparations on behalf of Black Americans for what our ancestors experienced during chattel slavery, more so than transatlantic slavery, because 12 million were not trafficked from the west coast of Africa to the mainland, the United States of America. Less than 4% of those people actually came to the United States of America. And the fact that those people are only trying to speak on behalf of Black Americans speaks volumes. What about the majority
that went to the Caribbean. Why aren't you trying to demand restitution or reparations from the Caribbeans, from Latin and Central America? Come on, people, we have to wake up. This is not about giving a damn about what our people endured. Let me show y'all something. Look at this. The Ghanaian president, John Dramani Mahama, will lead a wreath-laying ceremony at the African Burial Ground National Monument in New York City on March 24th, 2026. First of all, those people were not Africans. Those people were Black American people. The event, part of a push for slavery reparations at the UN, highlights the site as the largest, oldest known burial ground for enslaved free Africans in the US. Enslaved and free Africans, those people were not in large African. A lot of those people also were mixed with different other ethnic groups. Part of a high-level United Nations event to table a reparations resolution. Let me move out the way so y'all can see the rest. The site, located as at African Burial Ground, Way and Duane Street, holds over 15,000 remains and represents colonial era Africans who struggled to maintain West and Central African burial traditions. This was not named the African burial. Now, this is where they admit that they are not even sure if all of these people are African, West African, or of Ghanaian descent. Ghana wasn't even established as a country back then. This is why this is so disrespectful to me and to you if you are an American, a melanin-rich American with a long lineage here and your ancestors actually helped to build this country. Let me read the rest. The ritual, they're coming to do a ritual over our ancestral burial ground in New York City on March 25th. If that is not diabolical, then I don't know what is. Okay. The ceremony acknowledges the site where many enslaved people were buried with, in some cases, West African cultural traditions, including a potential Akan, Ghanaian, and Senkofa symbol. In some cases. How did they excavate? They dug up them back. Connection to Ghana. In 2003, re-entered ancestors were placed in 419 hand-carved mahogany coffins made in Ghana. So because the coffins were made in Ghana, that means that all of those people were Ghanaian. President Mahama, as the African Union champion for reparations, calls the acknowledgement as the first step forward toward justice. Justice for who? Ghana will lay a wreath at the African Burial Ground National Monument in New York City on March 24, 2026, as part of events leading to the presentation of a slavery resolution at the United Nations General Assembly. President John Dramani Mahama has announced. The president announced this on Sunday, February 15, 2026, during a press conference at the 39th Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly in Addis Ababa, where he spoke in his role as the African Union champion for reparations. Who appointed this man a champion for reparations for Black Americans? Can somebody tell me? Did we agree to this? Y'all can pause to read the rest. The initiative is not directed at any nation. It's directed toward truth, recognition, and reconciliation. No, you're directed at the United States government, and we all know why. African enslavement and racialized chattel enslavement were fundamental crimes that shaped the modern world, and their consequences continue to appear in structural inequality, racial discrimination, and economic disparity. Recognition is not about division. And then you could pause to read the rest. The African Union assigned Ghana the reparations mandate following an adoption of the decision 884 in February 2024, which declared 2025 the year of justice for Africans. The year of justice for Africans. Y'all can read the Let me read. Y'all pause to read the rest. If this does not raise cause for concern, if you don't have an immigrant background, if you're not a continental African, then I don't know what to tell you. Ghana has a lot of issues of its own that it should be focused on, as opposed to worrying about restoration and reparations that's old and due to Americans, not continental Africans, but Americans who actually have a direct link to people that were enslaved and people that did experience chattel slavery. The nerve of Ghana to feel like they are in any position to have the balls enough for that Ghanaian president to go to an African Union or the United Nations to speak on behalf of Black American people, when people are still being trafficked and sold into slavery in the West Africa in 2026. Those people could absolutely use your help. Stop meddling in our business only when it comes to money, reparations, and restorations. Chattel slavery is not the only thing that we need restoration and reparations for. A lot of our land was stolen. We went through redlining. We went through the war on drugs. We went through school to prison pipeline. A lot of us were lynched here, more so than chattel slavery in the 1900s. still picking cotton in the 1900s for wages that literally is not even existent. There's no even not a poverty line or anything that exists. Getting kicked out of our homes because we wanted to register to vote. These are all of the things that we experience here, and it has fuck all to do with Ghana or West Africa. And if you think that we are all just continental Africans in Ghana and West Africa, y'all owe us money too. You trying to get paid twice? You sold some people, allegedly, according to y'all, and made some money, and now you want to come back and usurp resources and get money off of those people again? I'm trying to, okay, what y'all think about this? This is a long video, spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. Sound off in the comments. Are we serious? They literally trying to steal our reparations, and we just all supposed to be, yeah, we're African. What are they going to do with the funds? Are they going to give it to us? They ain't give that, no.
Well, the greatest crime against humanity in recorded history. That's what Ghana and its African Union backers are calling the Transatlantic slave trade, and want it recognized as such by the international community. A proposed UN General Assembly resolution is expected to urge reparations for the centuries-long practice that impacted millions of Africans. All right, to discuss this now, I'm joined live by the Foreign Minister of Ghana, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa. Samuel, good to have you on the program with us. First off, what can you tell us about this upcoming motion at the UN and what it actually entails?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on RT.
You know, this is how you know this is a scam. If you're going to have any discussions about the transatlantic slave trade, why is no one going before the UN is a descendant of those slaves? You notice how even when it was the African Union, when they came up with that 6th region, nobody ever talks to us or brings us along for these hearings. You notice that? That right there sends a major, major red flag. They want to have all this conversation and chatter about slavery without the actual descendant of slavery. It makes no sense. That's why I will never trust it. I will never trust it. If anything, Ghana, you need to be digging in your pocket to compensate us. That's the only thing you need to do. All this other stuff, we don't need this from you at all.
Resolution President John Dramani Mahama will be tabling at the United Nations on the 25th of March is a consequential one. It seeks to declare the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. It is documented that more than 12.5 million Africans were forcibly removed from the continent. Some of them ended up in the Caribbean, working in plantation farms under very dehumanizing conditions. Others ended up in the United States of America and Europe. They were trafficked as chattel, as property. They had no rights. They were tortured. They were stripped naked and just commodified. During the journey, it is now documented that more than 3 million Africans lost their lives, either tossed into the Atlantic Ocean or those who just decided to just commit suicide by diving into the ocean. Those who died in the plantations and during this very dehumanizing ordeal that they went through. It is important to emphasize that this atrocity has not been properly acknowledged. There are many countries and organizations that continue to live in denial. They do not want to accept their role. They do not want to take responsibility. And that is what this resolution seeks to achieve, to bring this to the international community's attention at the United Nations, the global public square, and to seek a genuine effort by the international community to address this, to compensate people of African descent and all Africans for this atrocious crime that took place. There are also millions of artifacts that were stolen. We are demanding that they are returned to the continent. We want restitution. And we are also demanding that those who live in denial must acknowledge their crimes, and we must all work together collectively, like we have done with other crimes. See how we have, very well addressed other crimes against humanity. And we've ensured that compensation has been paid, there's been acknowledgement, and that there is redress being sought. We have not seen that same approach, that same seriousness with the transatlantic slave trade. And we are not being confrontational. We are not seeking to, if you like, stir the hornet's nest. We are doing this in a very conciliatory manner. We want an acknowledgement of history. These are historical facts which cannot be contested. It's well documented. It is unassailable, unimpeachable, and incontrovertible. And we just want the international community to acknowledge this and the perpetrators to own up, take responsibility, and to right the wrongs as we seek spiritual healing, as we seek closure to what took place between the 15th and 19th century. And remember that Ghana is a crime scene because we host the highest number of forts and castles where millions of Africans were taken through the door of no return. And that is why the African Union asked President Mahama to champion this cause. And we want to thank all African member states. We want to thank CARICOM. We want to thank CELAC from the Latin American bloc. And of course, our good friends in Asia and another continents, the GCC countries, who have all pledged their support to vote massively for this resolution, which will be tabled next week on the 25th of March.
So, Mr. Ablakwa, the initiative has already received backing from the African Union. Just how consolidated is the African continent on this issue, in your view?
Very consolidated. At the last African Union summit in Addis Ababa, all 54 member states of the African Union voted in support of this resolution. Not a single member state abstained. All countries are in full support of this resolution. And I can confirm to you that we have also been communicated to officially by the current head of CARICOM, the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, that CARICOM is supporting this resolution and block 100% fully. We also enjoy the support of a considerable number of Gulf states and countries from the Asian bloc. And so we believe that we have mobilized enough numbers to ensure that this resolution is successful on the 25th of March.
Ghana's president has previously called for Western nations to pay reparations to African states. In your view, how likely is that to ever happen?
I am an eternal optimist. President Mahama is also an eternal optimist. He knows that the road will not be easy. It will be bumpy. There will be many hurdles put on our path, but we are very confident that we will succeed. We have been able to form a strong coalition, working with colleagues in CARICOM, Latin America, Asia, and the Gulf countries. And we believe that we will be able to galvanize the support of the larger international community. And we must emphasize that the reparations we seek is not financial support to go to political leaders, not at all. We are putting together a framework that will support the people, the real victims, in terms of educational endowment funds. Because remember that we are still living with the injustices, with the residual inequality that people of African descent face on a daily basis. So the reparations we seek is to ensure that these structural inequalities are addressed in terms of funding
for projects, funding, funding for African entrepreneurs, the young people who need opportunities, who need skills training, who need empowerment. So courses, that is what we are looking at, not funding for politicians or, if you like, a few elite to control or to, if you like, abuse. So it's going to be a very transparent mechanism. And we are also talking about the return of artifacts. That is very important to us because the Ashanti Kingdom, the Mali Empire, the Benin Kingdom, the Songhai Empire, and all of these, rich African traditions, the heritage of our people, have lost a lot of their artifacts, millions of artifacts that were taken away, which are in museums in the West or being kept by individual collectors who are refusing to return them. I acknowledge that in recent years, we have been quite successful. Recently, the UK returned some artifacts to us, but that's not all. We have the full list. Our researchers have documented all of these artifacts, which have to be returned. So it is really crucial. And you see, these artifacts are not just objects. They have spiritual importance. It is about our identity. It's about the soul of a people. It is what demonstrates who we are and what aligns us to the various traditions, the heritage, the culture, that we belong to, our allegiance to our chieftaincy institutions and who our leaders are. So there's a deep spiritual meaning. It's about our soul and our connection to the motherland. And these artifacts, with extreme spiritual importance, have to be returned. So when we are talking about comprehensive healing, when we are talking about having all of what was taken out brought back for a holistic resolution of this matter, that is what we mean. And artifacts are also extremely important. So we are confident because already we are seeing some successes. Some of these artifacts are being returned. We want all of them returned. Our friends in Egypt have a tall list. The Egyptians have documented a lot of these artifacts that were taken away. The colleagues in the who have researched on the Ashanti Kingdom also have a tall list of artifacts that have not been returned. And all of this is well documented in the UN resolution, which we hope that once it is carried by the world's foremost multilateral organization, we will see the countries that continue to perpetuate this, that continue to keep what does not belong to them, do the right thing by returning these artifacts to the continent.
So when it comes to the issue of reparations, what is your response to those who say that some Africans also made a profit from the slave trade?
We totally disagree. This has been debunked. There is no basis for that whatsoever. It started initially with an attempt to divide and rule, and that has always been their strategy. Knock heads together, claim that Africans were those who, sold out their peers. I mean, it is all balderdash, with all due respect. Africa did not benefit from this whatsoever. Rather, we bore the brunt. The brightest, the strongest, the healthiest were taken out. After they were taken out, their indignity was further perpetrated by the fact that they were treated worse than even animals. Pets had more rights than our brothers and sisters who were forcibly removed from the continent. And research has demonstrated that we still live even with the consequences of that, because the kind of food, very poor, poor nutritional food that was served them, which was not good for their growth, and it's affected their genetics and their children that were born after that, which has continued. A lot of the diseases which continue to plague the African continent has been traced to that. You know, the poor nutrition, the starvation, and how, you know, very poorly Africans were treated. And then if you look at the systems that were created, you know, the global systems of exploitation, which has lingered on until this day, which has created the inequalities that we continue to suffer. Nobody can claim that Africans benefited. How did Africans benefited? I mean, what did we benefit from? That they took away our brothers and sisters who were the strongest, the brightest, the healthiest? How did we benefit from that? That they were tortured, they were raped, and a lot of them died in the process. How did we benefit from that? And the fact that they went to, you know, plow land and help to build cosmopolitan Europe, how did we benefit from that? I mean, how have we? So rather, on all fronts, we have been the losers, and our dignity has been affronted in the most violent manner, and we have never been the same. We are not whole, we are not complete because of what transpired for the better part of 400 years between the 15th and the 19th century. So those who make that point that Africa may have benefited are really insulting us. They are adding insult to injury. And the earlier they stop those assertions, the better for all of us.
We have recently seen a major shift in West Africa's relations with former colonial power.
So he's denying their hand in selling to the white man during slavery. Well, that's interesting. But the bottom line is we are fine with representing ourselves. We should not need a middleman to speak for us. And he's not the only one. Joy Reid recently said Africans did not sell us, you know, so I guess everybody's trying to run from the scene of the crime now. But the bottom line is we are owed. We are owed by many, even beyond America. If you think it's just America, then you're not thinking big enough. And, you know, if these Africans were really at the same level as us, why did they come here being so wicked to us then? I mean, you can clearly tell they're an adversary. They're not anybody to come here and have a bond with us. They don't do that. They come here calling us slurs, repeating all of the things the white man says, they repeat back to us. But, you know, you can tell their spirit is totally different from us. We are not the same people at all. And you can instantly feel it when you're around them. They have a whole different spirit from us. We are nothing alike. Okay, you know, the melanin part, but beyond that, we are nothing alike. We have nothing in common. Yeah, you know, they definitely got that Hamite spirit on them. You can tell, you know, and even when they speak, it's totally different from us. It's no similarities whatsoever. Just in the way they express themselves, it's very different from the way we express ourselves. So, no, you know, and the sad part is during civil rights, we were the ones that gave them the opportunity to even come over here. Little that we know, we didn't know we were letting over some enemies. You know, I'm sure if many of our mothers and fathers during the civil rights movement really knew these people, they would not have advocated to let them come over here. I'm certain of it. But all we did was open the floodgate for enemies to come over here. And they come off of the plane believing their fight is with us. That is a big problem. And that's how many of them do it. They have horrible attitudes towards us. So, yeah, you know, I don't look at them as my brothers and sisters. I don't. We may be related, you know, if you go back to the story of Noah, yeah, we're related, but there is no connection at all. Not feeling it. So, y'all, now you know, and there is another attempt to swipe our reparations. You know, they know we are owed trillions of dollars. You know, there's not as many people in the Caribbean islands as there are here in mainland America. So the more of us means more dollars. That's what they're really looking at. The Caribbean, yeah, they're filled with our people, but the numbers don't add up to our numbers here in the United States. So that alone, they know if reparations are given, we're going to get the cash cow. We're going to get the biggest chunk of that money. And it's almost like they're trying to set themselves up to take it all or get a big chunk of it for Africa. But it is not our responsibility to make right of whatever's wrong in Africa. Okay, it is not our responsibility to make anything right in Africa, and certainly not with reparations money. So, y'all, I just wanted to present this to you. And, you know, I think it's a shame that even when it comes down to our reparations, which should be cut and dry, it should be, you know, just knowledge of who's owed what. You got all of these people now trying to muddy the waters. Look, when America decided to tackle reparations, all they're willing to do is a bunch of task force and committees and don't want to go beyond that. So we had that problem. And now we getting Africans that are trying to mastermind ways to get at our money. Boy, we just can't win. We just can't win, for real. Descendants of Greatness, thank you so much for your super chat. Mexicans descend from Spanish conquistadors. Yes, they do. And actually, they will tell you that themselves, that they are the children of the conquistadors. I've heard them say it. You know, they're not saying they are the descendants of slave. Well, they're trying to say it now because there's money in it, you know, reparations. The average Mexicans, 60 to 80% European. Yeah, they say they are 70% Spaniard. They erased native identity. Yeah, but they don't talk about anything but their Spanish conquistador side. That's what they really talk up. Even when you talk, even the ones in the Caribbeans, oh, they heavily acknowledge the Spaniard part of themselves. But when it comes down to the African part, they don't want to talk about that shit. Oh, hell no, they don't want to talk about that. Yeah. Yeah. So, y'all, I mean, oh boy, in these final days, it sure is a trip. That's for sure. Yes, I heard about the floods in um Hawaii. In fact, they told them to get the hell out of there because it's going to get worse. I did read that as well. They told the Hawaiians in those areas that flooded to get out, to leave. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, well, technically the Haitians are Latino, you know that, right? The Haitians are Latino and so are the Jamaicans. They all fall under that category of Latino. Mhm. Yeah, so y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it, and we'll definitely come back together tomorrow on all new topics. Shalom, family.
Family, I'm not even going to waste time with
All right, y'all. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to end the show now. This is season 6, episode 18, part 3, continuation of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on after Shabaka's Black Express enhanced, so I can finally get to the damn Unhoused neighbor, migrant news, and local Denver news. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all our platforms for Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Express enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kummer, turning off from the mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city. Peace.